Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good morning. We're at our first board training of the year. We're going to open with Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Jeremy, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on to roll call. Item 2.1. Roll call, please. District 1.
here.
District 2.
Here.
District 3.
Here.
District 4. District 5.
Here.
District 6.
Present.
District 7.
Here.
District 8. I'm here. District 9.
Here.
Thank you. Moving on to our agenda 3.1. I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent, Francis Touchette, for our 2026 district vision. Thank you.
Board members and members of the public, first of all, let me just start off by thanking each and every one of you for coming and just knowing that, again, anytime that we start with new leadership as far as the board is concerned, we really want to come together. We really want to kind of just talk about what my staff has done as far as providing each and every one of you with a vision of what we're going to do here in this new year. Part of what we're going to talk about today, and again, no action whatsoever needs to be taken on this particular thing, but I want you all to kind of just have an understanding that we have reached out to our stakeholders, and I want every one of our board members to know that when I say stakeholders, I mean stakeholders, from our kids to the adults, to the teachers, to the business people. We have reached out over the last year and a half to develop this vision. So when you get this and you actually are engaged with people in the community, you can refer to and say, this is not just Francis Touchette and his team's vision. This is the community that said, this is what they want to see in schools. This is what the community wants to see in schools. And I will tell you, that is going to be different than any other school district, because I don't think that any other school district has put in the time or the effort to engage with people out there to develop such a thing. So when you go to different conferences, when you go to, and people are asking you, what is your strategic plan? Well, guys, I'm going to tell you, you will have a strategic plan. And that strategic plan is something that you can reference to people, that this comes from every entity of what we refer to as stakeholders. So we're going to get into this. I want you to stop me at any time, but I'm going to run through it real quick just so that you have somewhat of an idea. You will have access to this, a hard copy of it. You will have electronic copies. The public will have access. It will be publicized on our website. It will be in every entity that we can provide. So again, we'll just kind of briefly go through this, pause, let me know if there's anything. I may have you just kind of just look at it, kind of just give your thoughts on it, and then again, we can tweak some things if you guys feel like we need to, all right? So we're going to go ahead and get into that right now. So the very first thing, as I just stated, look, these are the voices of people throughout the actual district. This is what we have actually come about and said, this is what we want to see in our schools, no matter if it's on the north side, east side, west side, south side. This is what we want to see in schools. So moving on. This particular strategic plan that we're just going to kind of run to, and it's going to be very familiar with you because you've heard me use these words. We have started to implement this. It is something that our schools are aware of. So we're just going to kind of just roll through this so that you have somewhat of an idea of what is in this particular plan. So go ahead. So you can see that there is a message for me. There is going to definitely be a district at a glance. People are going to be able to say, hey, so What kind of representation do you have as far as race is concerned? What is the representation as far as how many students you have, and so on and so forth? It will have all in that particular document so that you guys can reference. And we talk about that from the letter, we can move on from there to the strategic plan. You can see the demographics, the vision and the mission. We can kind of just talk through that. And then you've heard me say this before. All of these different meetings that we've had with the stakeholders, they have talked about these 4 core values. Believe it or not, the most important thing to people in this community that they have stated to us is that they want their schools to be safe. Now, I'm gonna again say something that is gonna be very uncomfortable to some of my team. It's gonna be somewhat uncomfortable to you guys, is that there is a piece of safety that we need to start paying attention to, because we are losing too many young kids in our school district around the social emotional health of what is going on with our kids. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be pushing on our team this year, and we have already started some things. We already have a plan for when certain things happen. But guys, I'm going to tell you, we have to be more proactive around the social emotional pieces, because listen, we got our young adults that are struggling out there. We got people that are doing some things that we just need to really set aside and make sure that we are putting the efforts to make sure that we curb these behaviors. Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, I've been at a point last year and this year, I try to meet with Melissa and Arsenal at least once a month. And the stories you hear from Melissa that's coming from her counselors is just crazy. You know?
And we are very much, and what Mr. Desarmo was referencing is Melissa, who is our lead social worker. Guys, we have social workers in all our schools. Most school districts do not have social workers in their schools. There is state law that says you have to have certain counselors and so on and so forth, but as far as social workers, that's what sets Lafayette Parish aside from anywhere else. That we have social workers and we're dealing with the social emotional issues that but again, I can tell you this right now. We're gonna have to do some things different because we are losing kids. We are losing kids, and when we lose one kid, that's too many kids.
Social workers do we have up there?
Say it again?
How many social workers?
42, I think. Well, no, yeah.
20, 21, 22. And again, Dr. Robley, who's in charge of that particular area, they pretty much tier our particular schools. We know where those different things are. Believe it or not, we know what part of town we have to pay attention to. We have to make sure that we are putting more resources. And somewhat, I'll tell you, it's not the places that you would think. It's not the places that, I'm telling you that even kids who come from good families are struggling, and it has a lot to do with access and so on and so forth. So again, that piece as far as safety. Again, culture, guys, there's QR codes outside of every school. Believe it or not, every one of you guys are getting an email from me monthly on what is happening and what comments. And I'm going to tell you, on a 1 to 5 star, if you get a 1 and a 2, that is going straight to those chiefs, and those chiefs know that they have to go directly and address that with that staff. Now, I'm going to tell you, we have a long way to go. I've talked to Ms. Mason. We want to see more customer service from people in the front office. We want to make sure that people understand that we are in the business. We are in the business of kids. And a lot of that business, just like when we go to a restaurant. I went into a restaurant last night with my wife. Poor service. Did not get anybody to greet us at the front door. And you know what? I wanted to walk out. And what I'm going to say is that those are things that we got to understand, that having a culture and having people that are going to make sure that we feel welcome is very important to me, and it's very important. And that is why, again, we set ourselves, there is a QR code outside of every school. And I encourage your parents, when they call you, did you leave a comment for the school? Did you leave a comment for the school? And believe it or not, but this also shows us that some of the good things that are happening in our school. I don't want to always go to the negative. There are great things that are happening in our school, and I want you to know even when those good things are happening. So that's why we're going to continue monthly to make sure that that culture piece is something you do there. Now, I will tell you, discipline, along with student and adult attendance, is a part of this culture. It's a part of this culture, and again, it spells out where when people are happy, they go to work. When people are not happy, don't go to work. My point is, and it all starts with, at the top leadership, and trying to make sure that we get teams of people that are understanding that we're there for a common purpose, which is working for all of our kids. Moving on to opportunities and growth. Again, you know as well as I do, we are in the competition of students, whether it be private schools or whether it be charter schools. Again, it is about making sure that there are other things outside of ELA, math, science, and social studies. And then last but not least, all parents want to do, all parents and the public said is that, listen, we're not worried about letter grades. Just make sure that our schools are growing. Are our kids growing year after year? And to me, that kind of frames what we refer to as our core values. Again, we can go through safety, all of the different initiatives that this board and previous boards, I want to make sure that I tout also previous boards, because previous boards have contributed to this. Guys, we have vestibules, we have single points of entry, we are weapons detection at extracurricular activities. Listen, I go to a lot of sporting events and I go to a lot of different activities outside of Lafayette Parish, and they are not monitoring kids, and they are letting people go into football games, and there is not that type of awareness as far as safety is concerned. Here in Lafayette Parish, we are, and it's because of this board and their commitment to providing the resources that it needs to be able to make sure that it happens. Moving on, the culture piece is also what we kind of talked about. Let me kind of just talk to you about this right here. This is something that you, as a board, you contributed to. This incentive pay. Go ask the surrounding districts around here if they have incentive pay. Go ask the surrounding districts around here that if their coaches go on and they go from one stage of the playoffs to another, do they get paid more money? And yes, we pay the band directors the same way. Yes, we pay the cheerleaders. Yes, we pay the dance team. We're trying to make sure that if they work more and they've done what they need to do, we pay them more. Guys, the pay that you guys have actually provided, the leadership stipends, the funding, everything that we have done as far as having a positive culture, to me is again important. When you go and start talking about Lafayette Parish, you go and say, hey, we are paying people more money as a starting teacher. That means everybody else got raises. So that $50,000, let me tell you something, teachers are not making $50,000 a year. We got teachers that are making 60. They got teachers making 65, 70,000, 80, depending on what their years of experience and their degrees. We have principals that are making close to $100,000 a year. Because you gotta pay people. You gotta pay for what the talent is. And it comes down to this incentive pay and what we are doing in Lafayette Parish. It comes down to my most important thing, and you know, all of you have work in certain businesses. It's all about talent. Where is the talent, and are we going to get that talent? Because that talent is going to make a difference for our kids and for our schools, which is going to bring us to those higher levels that we need to move into. Yes, ma'am.
If you do a one-pager on salaries, that we could put out, because there are people on the internet that are obviously commenting that teachers aren't even making, they're making 30,000 and 20,000. They're just throwing out numbers, and
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to publish and show them that teachers not only got a raise, but starting teachers are at 50,000.
Yeah. And not only that, but for teachers at the 5-year mark, teachers at the 10-year mark, teachers at the 15-year mark, let me tell you something right now. Ms. Gardner showed me that list of, our teachers are, and again, I'm not saying that we need to stop where we are. I am saying that we need to do more, and we're going to do more, and we have a plan to do more. But what I'll say is that everything that you have put in place, we can show you that, and we'll get communication to make sure that you guys get that. Because again, this is important, because We gotta pay for, we are in competition to Vermillion. We're in competition to Acadia, St. Martin. Hey, listen, East Baton Rouge, the river parishes, we are in competition. People are getting out of the universities and they're looking to say, hey, who's gonna pay me more money to go do the exact same work? Yes, sir.
What about retention? Have you noticed any retention, or I guess it's still early to tell, but retirees, maybe sticking around a little longer because the pay's better?
I think that, first of all, we're gonna start to see that trend now that there's significant amounts of money. Listen, it goes back to this, and y'all know that when you start looking at the top 3 years, and people are starting to contemplate whether or not will $5,000 and $6,000 increase a year gonna make a difference when it's all said and done. If I stay 3 more years, it will. And that is definitely something that when they meet with HR and they actually start talking about that, listen, this may be $300 or $400 more for the rest of their life. Could be $500 more for the rest of their life. My whole point is, this is something that I truly believe, Mrs. Zorno, we're gonna see a trend, because believe it or not, I'm in favor of keeping the talent. I don't care how old they are. I mean, we got some talented people that have been here for a long period of time, and I'm gonna tell you, we need to keep them. And we have people that are coming out of the universities that it is a struggle sometimes. It is something that we have to lure here, but we gotta make sure that we always are focused to get the right people in front of our kids. If we don't get the right people in front of our kids, guys, we are not in the business. And I will tell you, I don't know how people in other businesses, whether it be private or whatever, how they do it, but it comes down to this. We have to get those people in front of our kids. All right, growth, we kind of talked about those different things. We are gonna definitely, I wanna tout this for you again, and this is something that you can kind of put in your breadbasket. I'm gonna kind of equate this to football. And I wanna kind of just talk about that. When you get a 5A school that wins a state championship, and when you get a school that a school district or a school, a single A or B school or an A school that basically that is winning the state championship, there is a difference between the competition level. There's a difference between the size. There's a difference between what that football coach has to do at a 5A level compared to a 1A. And all I'm saying to you is that when it comes to growth, and we talk about us being the #1 school district, large school district in this state, let's talk about who those individuals are. Where we were never above St. Tammany, we are above St. Tammany. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've been around this state. There's pretty good education in St. Tammany Parish. There are good educators, there are good principals, there are good things happening. But I'm going to tell you, Lafayette Parish, with its 29,000 kids, outperforms St. Tammany Parish. And when you outperform St. Tammany Parish, you're there. When I'm talking about what is happening in EBR, what is happening in different Escato and all of the Bossiers, all of those different school districts that we think about, and I'm going to go back to this. Listen, we got a 5A and we got a 1A. The bottom line is there's a ranking, there's a reason why. Yeah, there's going to be people saying, yeah, you're a B. Yeah, you may be an A, but you only have 8,000 kids. We got 29 plus. That means that we got 40 plus schools. We have the most diverse population of students, and we accept all kids. I'm going to say this again. We accept all kids. We don't deny kids. We don't deny. We can't. But our educators, our principals, our teachers are doing that hard work. And that is why I'm proud to say that this district is the #1 large school district in the state. Do we have room to improve? Yes, we do. And we will. We will improve. We got to make sure that we work together to make sure all of our schools, and let me tout this also to you, This board has made an initiative to partner up with the Pew Foundation and various groups as far as transforming schools that have been failing for 10, 20 years. I will tell you that I'm looking at 20 years down the road, and that money is not available. Not available to be able to bring in the right educators to be able to give our kids the resources they need. And what is happening at Barranco? What is happening at Falk? What's going to happen at Boucher? What we're going to do in that K-8 school as far as program is concerned. We have to sustain that. We have to sustain it. Meaning, you're not going to have a Nick Pugh. You're not going to have someone that is going to give you that startup money to do what you need to do. So I have been pushing on our team to really make sure when it goes to growing kids and making sure that our kids who are the most neediest, guys, I'm going to tell you, come walk in the fog. Come walk into Barranco. Come see what's going on in Boucher. I get so excited, I called Josh and I said, Josh, man, what is happening right now compared to what had happened last year? Josh, our kids are sitting down, they're learning, they're like sponges. Guys, it brings tears to your eyes to be able to say that, you know what was happening on the south side, what was happening on the west side of town, is now happening on the north side. But we got to continue this, and we got to make sure, and I'm going to tell you, I need you to push on me. And we need to sustain this. We can't. I'm going to tell you, Nick Pugh is not going to be here forever. But this district will. And whatever we do in this budget, is going to set up things moving forward. And we have to sustain. It's not just a one thing, we got to sustain. Because I'm telling you, these schools are not going to be, listen, we are getting preliminary data. Listen to this. We're getting preliminary data, and I want to spend a lot of time on growth because academics is our wheelhouse. We're getting a lot of academic growth right now happening from those schools that are outperforming other schools in this district. I'm going to say it again. What we are seeing in some of these schools is outperforming some of your schools that have been top, predominantly the schools that have been the top of this district. You know why? Because every kid has a brain. Every kid deserves to learn. Every kid, if they're given a chance to get the right individual in front of them, they're going to learn. And it's been proven. Guys, we're making history in Lafayette Parish. They're going to write about this 20 years. How you transform schools. People have talked about how you transform schools. Let me tell you something. Put the right adults. Put the right leader. Put the right teachers. Put the right resources. Put the right programming. And our kids can learn. So I want you all, if there's anything you get out of today, the academic performance that is happening in schools that have been predominantly failing in this school district, whether it be previous board, the boards before, etc., I am telling you that we are seeing some things happening that we're going to be able to write a book. It is going to be something that we're all going to be able to say that we had a part of. And I'm not, again, going to say that I'm not focused on every school. Y'all know that I'm focused on every school. I'm going to Green Tea just as much as I'm going to Barranco. I'm going to LEO Judy's just like I'm going anywhere else. I'm going to those schools, and I'm going to assure you that the level of education and wherever kids are at that point, we are moving them along that spectrum. It is happening in Lafayette Parish. Yes, sir.
That's just the thing that's concerning my district. Parents, teachers, even some of my administrators is, I get Dave's model, it's great, it's working. But my community, the community Judy's pulling this out and said, Rick, they're taking our best teachers. What are we going to be left with? Okay, I get it, but let's make sure, Ridge, Burke, Prairie, those little schools in the country, I don't know how many people here could find Burke. Probably find Ridge, you might not find Burke. is let's not continuously take the best from across the parish, put them in one little section. So I guess we need to recruit better and develop other teachers, because I don't want to lose all the good teachers. And I'm going to say it, and we get what's left. There are teachers that are here, and there are teachers that are here. We either develop these or get rid of them. One of the two. But I lost some very good teachers that were entrenched in these schools. And they left for the money, and they left for the challenge. And I don't blame them one bit. But let's not forget, you can go to Boucher, and I promise you can come to Burke or Ridge and find the same type of kids. We have kids in need. Just because we're in the country doesn't mean we're any different than anywhere else in the parish. So that's just me asking that you be very conscious of that, because I run into people all the time. I'm always somewhere, and they're like, Rick, are our schools going to start failing because we got people running to the money?
And Mr. Latch, I completely understand, and that's why I say that again. My job is again to continue to be competitive as far as pricing is concerned and salaries. We do have an incentive package out there that you're going to kind of hear from today that is for those other schools. And again, I would love to be able to say that what we're doing at Falk and what we're doing at Boucher and what we're doing at Barranco, we can do all over, and maybe we can get there. But again, yes, completely understand, and I will tell you that it's been very mindful of when we start opening up programs, what this is doing to other schools within the district. So definitely going to take those comments, definitely going to make sure that we go back, because I'm going to tell you, even where we are right now with salaries, we're going to have to be competitive. Because listen, those other superintendents, I'm hearing them, and they're saying they're coming. They're going to be doing some things in their parishes. I mean, you got right now that certain districts are going for pay raises in their salaries, in their districts. So it is definitely something where we're going to always have to keep our eyes on being at the top as far as this region is concerned.
And to Britt's point a little bit too, right? Like we put a lot of resources into K through 8 on the north side. North side High is a C school, and they're taking D students and turning them into C students. If they can take C or B students coming into Northside High, what can they do with that? Could Northside High be a school if it was that way? Because like one of Nick Pugh's vision, and he told me this before I even decided to run, is that every school is a school. And to Britt's point, like we can make those K-8 schools in the Northside A schools, but we can't let the other ones suffer and become B or C schools, right? Like I just want to be clear on that as well. Like I want to see those schools succeed too, right? I have 4 A schools in my district and 1 C school, right? Like I pride myself in the fact that District 6 has 4 A schools. I just don't want to see them. And they're not slipping right now. Just saying, I don't want to see them slip.
Got it.
I did want to point out, I'm sorry, I'm going to use the mic because my voice is not as loud as the men in the room. We are working on, we already have partnerships that are trying to train our teachers better and every teacher be a great teacher. I want to point out that we do have the Ed Rising program going on with UL. We are helping UL recruit teachers into the profession, and just wanted to remind us that there's even more coming on that pipeline because UL is developing their lab school where they will be further training their teachers so they are more ready when they come to LPSS. So just wanted to assure us that we are working on it.
I'll just piggyback on my fellow board members' comments about the teachers and former teachers within the A schools. So 2 of the A schools, of course, are in District 4, and Northside High as well as in District 4. And so, you know, when you look at transforming schools that have been failing for decades, you look at not just those particular schools, but you look at the continuity until graduation and beyond. And that's the conversation that is ongoing in regards to District 4 schools. Because that is, we don't want to cut it off, you know, at 8th grade, and then how you then receive the support thereafter, right? And so those conversations are continuously ongoing with the superintendent and his cabinet and the Pew Foundation and other philanthropic donors to our district. And within District 4 as well, some of those highly valued teachers were pulled from schools within District 4 to go to Durango as well as fall. And so we have to look at that kind of globally throughout the district itself to see how we will, structure that moving forward. But for District 4 as well as District 3 now with Boucher being an A school, that is historic. That we can see when you put the resources in place, how that becomes transformative. And so then you have to, you can't go without thinking, what if those resources had been placed so many years ago? What would the district look like now? Would we be struggling to make those schools C, B, and A? And so collectively as a board, along with the superintendent and his cabinet, that's our purpose. We look at it globally, how we're going to move that forward, right? For equity across the entire school district population.
So
So I look forward to that.
let me just say again, I hear each and every one of you, and again, I'm going to commit to each and every one of you that we're going to take notice of what you stated. We're going to be very mindful of the positive things that are going on where we have put resources, knowing what impact it has on other schools. Because you know what, I want the kids at Burke, I want the kids at Austin, I want the kids anywhere. I want to make sure every one of our kids are getting what they need to. I want to make sure that our schools are getting the recognition for the hard work that they're doing. And it is my job to work with this team to find a way to make sure that when we do good things and we put resources, we're not taking resources from others to where it's a negative effect. And again, that's what I gather from some of your comments. Ms. Malou, you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to say that again. I don't ever want to build anything but a K through 8 or a 6 through 12. Where we're losing kids, that social emotional piece, the grades, the drop off of maybe that support system is happening in that middle school. And that's also when we're losing kids out of the system. So I just want to echo that from here on out, I don't want to see anything in our school system except a K through 8. Because I feel like that continuity is going to build that social emotional piece. It's going to help with the kids just not leaving the school system. And we've seen it at Milton, it works. So I just would love to not hear that we have 40 different schools. If we could have 25 schools or 20 schools because we combine the elementary and the middle schools, I think we're going to see a much more success happening.
What she's saying, we go way back. I got two things I want to say. We go way back when, A-Line. When I was at Judy's, it was 1 to 8. There was no such thing as K back then.
Yeah.
But you were a Cardinal. But you knew where you were going.
Yeah.
When you went to Scott, you knew where you were going.
Yeah.
We were going to be Rams. But we were Cardinals and we fought bitterly. Okay? But that's where we were going. You knew where you were going. And now, you're spreading kids all over the place. I grew up with one school in Judy's. We're not going to count Prairie as Judy's. We're going to count it as a suburb of Judy's. We got 4 schools now.
Yeah.
Where we had one. And the other one, I'm not going to steal Mr. Legern's thunder. You don't know what I'm talking about yet, but it's coming. He's going to tell you first up, and I've been lucky in District 5. Hell, 2 of my administrators are sitting in this room and been promoted to very high positions. I've been very lucky in District 5 to have the right administrators, the right principals, and the right assistant principals. And that's where it's going to start. And I think Mr. Legern, you're going to see him bring it up. We have got to start taking care of the leadership in the schools. I get teacher pay so forth and so on. He'd tell me when he was the principal of Acadian and Britain, it's hard to get people to become administrators to make less money with more responsibility. Remember, kids get a per diem by hamburger when they go to events. They still on that.
Had a big argument about
Yeah,
that.
I tried. I tried with everything I had for you. But I spent a lot of time with Acadian and listening to him, my other two, they know I was always in their schools. That's why, both of them, that's why Ridge is Ridge. That's why Burke is Burke. But we're gonna have to do something to get people to want to promote, not hire or promote, but want to promote, because y'all are building talent and they've got to have somewhere to go. And I can promise you, Mr. LeGrand's coming. I don't know what he's coming with, but that's near and dear to his heart. And I've told people, and I'll say it till the end. When we got David LeGrand to Acadiana, we hit the perfect storm. We hit the perfect storm. He took us from one level to the next. And, you know, he probably should have been compensated a hell of a lot more. He really should have.
I think I should get that paid.
I think you ought to get that.
Well, to Rick's point, I do know two people that left administration to go back into the classroom because they said it was, you know, they were getting more pay if they could do that, if they did that.
So board members, what I'm gonna do for you is, and again, I'm just gonna frame this because before you make decisions about as far as, and look, we're gonna pay people, whether it be teachers, whether it be principals, whether it be, and look, and I wanna take this opportunity to go publicly and say this again to each and everyone. In this budget, we're looking at clerks, secretaries, paraprofessionals, school support staff. That is, we're looking at increases in pay. That is going to be in part of this budget that we're producing. Because you guys all have told me, and I've heard it loud and clear, listen, we have taken, bus drivers got raises, we've given raises to janitors, we've given raises to cafeteria workers, we've given raises to teachers, clerks, secretaries, paraprofessionals, school support, LPS support staff. We're gonna need to make sure that in that budget that we have increases in pay. It's coming, it's gonna come. But here's what I'm gonna do. By the end of next week, I'm gonna show you, and I'm just gonna put the school principal, Acadiana High School, Northside High School, Kilmore High School. I'm gonna put all of the principal, and you're just gonna know. I'm gonna send this to you. What their pay was before the increase that we gave the teachers. Because you gotta remember this, when the teachers got an increase, the principals got an increase. And the index. I'm gonna show you what their salary was before, and I'm gonna show you where it is. I got a principal making $115,000 a year. So Lejeune, I don't think you've been made for $115,000.
No.
Okay. What I'm saying is that.
Yeah, I might still be.
What I'm saying to you is that I want to put it in context, and I want you to see that I was very thoughtful when these teachers were getting these raises. Guys, our principals are indexed off of that. They are indexed off of that. So their raises went up also. So, and assistant principals. So, but again, because I want you to see it black and white. I want you to see it on paper. And I want you to see where principals went and where they are now. And when I said that certain people are close to 100,000 and some people are above 100,000, it's all public record. But for your decision making, because you guys are the decision makers. Mr. Lejeune wants to bring something up, y'all want to bring something, that's fine. Just know where our baseline is. And if you give me the order to take care of it, we'll go back to the team and we're going to do what we need to do. Listen, I want to pay those principals more. I think that every one of those principals could be paid more money because of the work they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you, we're going to have to go back to this thing about, if we're paying teachers, listen, we're paying teachers $12,000 more to be at an A school. We're paying the principal $15,000 more to be a principal at the A school. So if you were making $70,000, now you're making $85,000 at this school. It's pretty good. I mean, so again, I'll put all that up and we'll get that to you by the end of next week. I want you to say, we're just going to put the name of the school. Here's the principal, here's the assistant principal, so you'll be able to decipher and y'all bring back to us what you feel like I need to kind of move toward.
I think
think the biggest thing when it came to administrators, like myself as the principal, you know, the salary was important, but it wasn't that important. I didn't get into the job because of that. But it was the young people that I knew were going to be very talented people that were making close to what an assistant principal made. The problem was they never got any of the bonuses. And I get it, they would so say they never had a roster and, you know, but in fact they did. They had a roster of 600 people if they were in charge of the freshman class. So I think that's where the discrepancy comes in when we're talking about salaries. They never get any kind of incentive bonus when the teachers get one, you know, at Christmas time or at the end of the year. So it's hard. You tell a person, you know, if they're married and have another person, they're getting a $5,000 Christmas bonus, and the administrator's getting zero, and that $5,000 bumps that teacher above an administrator.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to recruit people to come do that job.
What Mr. Lejeune is referencing is the 2002 sales tax, where there are certain people that are excluded from that. Again, there are administrative rules that say exactly who gets it, whatever. He's just saying that when we do these type of things, we need to be very mindful what that does as far as people who are not getting it. And it's definitely something that we're going to take. So let me kind of just put a, Mr. Edmund, go ahead.
Does the school safety officers will be included in their pay rate as well?
For,
That's all.
yes, I think so. Okay, so what I'm going to say is that, look, I will tell you that, number one, you have done a lot. And I want to make sure that you guys know that y'all have done a lot as far as increasing salaries. You have done a lot that we now are incentivizing people. Like, we have a business model. You move kids, you get paid more money. You believe it or not, if the third grade teacher hits all different metrics, they can make $10,000 more. I can promise you, Bob works in lots of school districts and they don't have those type of things. They don't have those opportunities. Bob always asks, where's the money tree? Well, I'm going to tell you where the money tree. The money tree is that our industry is popping in Lafayette Parish. Things are happening. When we go down the streets of Ambassador Caffrey and we see all the different things happening, we have a strong economy. And again, we have a lot to be thankful for in Lafayette Parish. We have a lot that you all are very responsible for. I mean, this budget is huge compared to other school districts. I mean, they don't even tout 5-10% of the budget that you guys are dealing with.
Mr. Dowd, do you remember what the budget was our very first year, 15? 480. What is it now?
What are we, Anthony, about what?
I say barely 3/4 of a billion.
750 million. So we're at 750 million. So look, I think that I'm clear where you guys see as far, and it all started with grow, and I tied it into academic and to finance, because again, you want to get talent, you're going to have to make sure. Ms. Luke?
How much of that budget, though, is just pass-through dollars for the charter schools and the non-public schools?
We'll see that later on, but roughly 77 million is the charter schools.
Yeah, and I saw 5 million went to the diocese. So, I mean, also keep in mind that there's about 80-something million that we don't even get advantage of. So it sounds like a big budget, but we also have to keep in mind that some of that money is not benefiting us. It's just passing through us.
Mr. Fisher?
Yes, sir.
I want to know, we give an incentive to UL student teachers. Right?
Yes, sir.
So what percentage of those people take that incentive and stay in our parish?
They all are teaching in our schools right now.
Yeah, it's the vast majority. There's only one or two, a few, because I know they're moving after graduation, so they're not going to stay here. They're going back to their hometown or.
So what?
Yeah, 80-90% of
You
them
know,
are accepting it.
And
So
just,
do they, I always prided myself on stability when I was at Katy. I fought to keep teachers at Katy the whole time. How long do they have to, do y'all place them in a school, or they choose the school they want to go to?
well,
Ms. Ms. Walker works directly with UL for placement for the year for residency. But it's a year now, it's not just a semester.
No, I'm talking about once they graduate, once they take a job.
Oh,
Do y'all place them out of school or they choose the job they
Well,
want?
first of all, they have to apply for the job.
Yes, they have an opportunity to apply for an open position. However, if they do not have a job by a certain date, then at that point, we place them in a school.
And how long do they have to stay at that school?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years to the district.
2 years.
So if we had to displace them to another school because of a lack of enrollment or anything, we could displace them, but they would stay 2 years at that school.
With a principal recommendation, if they did their student residency at that school, we try to keep them at that school.
Okay.
With principal.
And guys, a big success. I mean, all we did was take the medical, I mean, you got somebody going through residency, they don't get paid all the money to be a doctor for that year, but they're getting a little bit. Look, these teachers are going their first semester and they're taking a lot of classes, we're still paying them $1,000. We're giving them that $1,000. We're giving them all the way through that year. And listen, Dr. Robley, we just signed on some kids the other day. I want to, and listen, you got St. Landry, you got Vermillion, you got others that are starting to do it. We may have to up a little bit because I'm going to tell you, they all starting to give $1,000 now. But we are the leaders. We are doing this. So we're going to continue to look to be able to bring more talent. We got to get more talent in here. Let's get into this because this is going to take a lot of time. Guys, you see the number of kids we have. We're the 6th largest school district. You will see that there is a MFP loss. And before we click on that, I'm going to preference it with this. We are still losing kids. There are 800 plus kids that we lost this October 1, when we got the count from October 1 compared to last year. This is no knock at any particular school here, but we're going to show you what schools lost those kids, and we're going to show you where those kids went to school. We're going to show you what charter school they went to. So Jacob, once you click on that, I'm going to give you a few minutes just to kind of look at that. Oh, you don't have the other one, Jacob? Okay.
That was just the start.
Okay, so this kind of tells you right here that you got a total loss of the MFP of 917, you got a 61% loss, homeschool 39, net gain of 151, and then I really want you to kind of just spend some time on looking at this one. Okay, Jacob, can you pull up the school one now? Okay. So we're going to kind of blow this up as much as possible. If you can, blow it up and scoot it over.
It's brick and mortar charter.
All right. These are brick and mortar charters. Okay, so look at your schools. You will see to the right are the total number of kids that were lost from this October 1,
August 7th, so yesterday.
August 7th to yesterday, but they're no longer here.
First day of school.
They're not here. So
LRCA had an expansion of their middle school.
they have an expansion in middle school. But I want you to kind of just see what is happening to where, like for example, and I'm concerned about this, and I want Mr. Edmond to kind of be aware of, is that we've taken a pretty much of a hit at Boucher, and we know it. We see that there are 26 kids and 27 kids between those kids right there. Approximately, let's just call it $10,000 a kid. $10,000 a kid. Number of kids that it's going to be where we're fixing to go into budget, and Anthony's going to be asking me what we're going to do as far as this loss of revenue. Can we kind of scoot it up a little bit to where they can kind of just get the rest of the schools, just kind of hold tight, give y'all some time to process this. Look at your schools.
Can you go back down?
Go back down.
Can you freeze the top?
I mean, freeze the top row.
Yeah,
Yeah, freeze the, yeah.
yeah.
So take care of it right now.
Francis, y'all ever grab any of
It's
those
across the top.
families
Yeah,
and kids
it's
and
a
ask
top
them why?
square.
Yes.
Those,
We,
You?
Do you, yeah.
Jade Colley at Youngsville Middle had 2 kids that were leaving. She was telling us in her mid-year performance, 2 kids that were leaving to go somewhere. And I will tell you, part of the conversation they have is that we've been on a waiting list. We finally got an opening. Our sibling is already there. We want to go and follow. And I'll tell you, we'll get them back because we're getting them back every day.
I say Campbell Middle's numbers high, but we're gonna get it back. We're gonna get a lot of that. That's just the school.
Can we see the bottom of the list, please?
Wait.
We need the bottom of the list.
We're trying to freeze the top. So the question I have is, let's say we lost,
Can we hold on for a second? We have Ms. Badger.
let's say we lost 13 kids at Broadmoor.
Yes, sir.
But if we had a fresh class coming in of 20 kids or whatever, we had a +7 gain there, right? So like, are the numbers in the schools increasing despite some of those numbers in some of them?
So we will show you at the end what the actual, we're trying to show you where the kids went
Okay.
based upon where we are right now, where they went from the first day of school.
Okay.
What is JCFA?
Oh,
It's a small alternative charter. It's a small, like, alternative charter.
And then Willow's performance, isn't it low?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So if people are pulling their kids out of our system to go to a lower performing charter school?
They don't know better.
I can trace it. I just have a kid right there.
JCF, they please do a board of ours. They got a lot of us here.
Yeah, I didn't think about it.
Right the curve, almost on the curve.
It's because they haven't.
The kind of the backside of the
Because we haven't blown up.
Okay, just scroll.
We're printing a copy for you, put it in right now.
Okay, so let me kind of just, again, we knew this was going to be a topic of discussion. We're going to give you this in writing, okay? So they're going to print it for you in a few. But what I'm going to say is that just looking at this, I want us to kind of frame that we talked about October to October, what that number when it was 917, okay? You saw a loss. But this right here is from October 1, right?
August 7th.
August 7th to where we are now.
Do you have
So
the
we're
total
still
enrollment?
losing. Like, for example, we will possibly get some money for some of these kids, but not the entire.
Do you have the total enrollment of each school currently?
The total enrollment of, after these numbers?
I mean, after the, I guess, what's the total enrollment yesterday? I mean,
I can throw it.
Yeah, we can go for it.
you know, you got, and it has, I'm asking for the total
Okay.
enrollment of the school.
Everybody see their schools, they kind of at least put their eyes on it?
Okay, just overall.
Christy is printing it, she has it in front of you right now.
Let me come back to this. This, what you're getting reflects from this year, August 7th, till yesterday, having children unenrolled and not get parents to go to a brick and mortar charter school. Now, last at the bottom, where it says 24, 25 lost, that is compared to last year. So last year, we lost 80 kids to LRCA. This year, we lost 486 kids to LRCA. So the bottom, just compared, because I already did this last year, it just shows you the difference of how many more kids we lost to those specific brick and mortar schools.
Yeah, and ARCA had that high school expansion, so that makes sense that we lost.
I think that's what we were trying just for to show you.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to, because I just want to stay grounded in like what the superintendent was open with, that the October to October MFT count was down 917 kids, right? Yeah, so can you talk just through that? Just what the numbers that we do know in students lost and MFT count and budgetary, like that, what kind of conversations?
I would also like to know which schools were rezoned, because that's the feedback that I get. They said, oh, well, we got rezoned and we're not going to the other school, so we're leaving.
There you go. It's traumatic for your child to be reading numbers that you can pull them and put them in a charter school, and it's not traumatic. There you go.
I'm just letting you know, like, I'm also getting comments that, oh, hey, my backyard touches this school, but I'm not zoned for there. I
Yeah.
have to go
But
to a
that
different
was
neighborhood.
accurate. You can drop your kid off at one school for 13 years. I mean, that is why we need to not build independent elementary, middle, and high school.
So I think, yeah.
People cannot, two working parents cannot go to 3 different schools.
I think there's a lot of factors here, like, I mean, yes, they went to a charter, but what did we do? Like, did we
Well,
rezone them?
and again, I think what Ms. Mason is saying is that what barriers are we putting up in front of ourselves that is causing us not to keep some of our kids that are here? So look, just to kind of just put this in context, you guys all have a handwritten, you can go and you can look at your schools, you can highlight, you can say, and again, I keep going back to is that this is going to cause certain actions on my part to bring to you because Anthony is telling me that in this budget, we're gonna have to account for some millions of dollars. And again, the one thing that I've said, and this, you heard that I was at a chamber meeting and I said, we're gonna be fiscally responsible. Wherever we have kids, we're gonna bring those resources. We gotta make sure that we just don't continue doing things. We have several other governmental agencies, and I don't have to call who they are, that lost kids, and they are now millions of dollars that where they're trying to offset those losses. When we don't have kids, we have to start doing certain things, and we can't let it just spiral to where we're gonna have monies that we're gonna have to address 5-10 years down the road. So,
And that's where the public gets their hearts get involved is whenever it's a school they maybe attended or their kids attended. But from our standpoint, we do look at it from that way because we're a part of the community, but ultimately, like you said, we're not gonna talk about the institution, but there's an institution right now that it's heartburn for everybody that works there. And we wanna avoid that hopefully in the future.
yeah.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Charter school pods, is that in the homeschool numbers? Or do we not even have a number for that? Because there's a huge expansion of charter school pods.
Pods, that's not in this number. This is brick and mortar.
Okay.
This
So
is,
that's additional numbers that they have to capture.
This is actually if they were tagged to LRCA. So if they exited to LRCA and they have a
So
pod,
if it's an LRCA pod, it's
Yes.
still going to be approved.
it's still gonna be in there because we don't have, we just drop them to that school.
Right.
We don't know what they do with them when they
Okay,
get
that's what I
there.
was hoping that.
So this is,
that number was built in.
it drew us, we
Yeah.
sent you to LRCA, now how they are servicing you, we can't determine that.
okay, so look, we're gonna kind of move, y'all have it in writing, we're gonna kind of just move through the presentation real quick, but we're gonna kind of just, we'll circle back to this, because this is all gonna mean which direction you guys want me to start pushing into as far as decision makings for these next couple of board meetings. All right, let's go ahead and move, Jacob. This again is just a reminder, this is again responding to our community, moving on. Accountability, this is something that I really want you, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. Part of those core values is an accountability system that is tied to that. We are fixing to get into a mid-year review of where people are, making adjustments. It's something that the business community can look to see exactly how our schools rank based upon the core values. It's a 5-star. It is definitely something that principals, definitely something that staff is aware of. And it's something that we are really, because we have our own accountability system. You guys have developed your own accountability system in Lafayette Parish. Again, another feather in your hat. No one else has their own accountability system. We have our own accountability system, which is these 4 core values. Progress reports will come out in February. We will be getting these things out so that you guys have a view of it. We're going to make sure that the public is aware of it, and we'll make sure that, again, before we go live with it, I'll make sure that each of you have an understanding of where your schools are as far as the adjustments are, okay?
Mr. Duchette.
Yes, sir.
Is the new matrix that we're under from the state, when is the first, those scores going to come out?
Yeah. So the new accountability system from the state, as Mr. Luder's question, is going to come out this the next fall, based upon, we are under the gun right now as far as this year is concerned. So all of our schools are based upon growth, achieve, thrive, all of those different things, and this, we are under that new accountability system right now, which is gonna be scored. And that's part of the educational system that we're gonna have to give you. There's no more hundreds, that is an A. It's, you gotta, even a 50 is an A, but it's very hard to get there. We're gonna kind of talk to you guys about what that will look like as we approach this new approach, okay? All right, moving into the next one. Guys, you kind of see that you guys have done a lot as far as vestibules. You're doing a lot of construction is concerned. You know that we got this K-8 school, Miss Amy. We have taken all of your feedback. We've taken all of the team's feedback. We are ready to go into the design phase. I am happy to say that we're looking somewhat around April where you're going to start seeing movement out there behind that school. Before that, I know that you want to get together and make sure that we got to give people a sneak peek of what that's going to look like. We're going to kind of get with the team and make sure that that is happening, but that's going to be an exciting time as far as getting that. But the approved project list that you see here, again, is something that I've gone around the community and I've kind of talked to them about. And, you know, even at the last chamber meeting I went to in Youngsville, I gave this to every single person. I want them to know that what you see there, $173 million have been allocated by this board. $173 million. In the next 2 years, this is what's going to be happening. Now, that does not mean that we're not going to be doing and taking care of our schools underneath this. These are big projects. These are things that you, as a board, has put forth. And let me tell you right now, it is moving, and you guys have done an excellent job of prioritizing that. Hey, facilities matter. Facilities matter. And if we don't have facilities, kids are not coming. And I think we all agree with that. All right, let's go back, Jacob. Moving on. Workforce, just another feather in your hat that's going to be a part of the strategic plan, and this is from Ms. Mason, and this is for Ms. LeBou or Mr. Bageron, or any of you guys who go out. These are some talking points. We have a $3.5 million incentive package. This incentive, this is $3.5 million is going to our teachers. This is not the ACE teachers, this is all teachers. All teachers in this district, there's a $3.5 million incentive package that in this budget you have allocated to where here are the matrix, meet the matrix, and you'll get more money. There's $3.5 million that teachers can earn extra from that $50,000. You know the Leadership Institute that we have? We are definitely building our own. We had our first group to where we are seeking out new assistant principals and principals. We are building that particular team of people. We need to see who these people are so that we can start hiring them as assistant principals. We got an assistant principal at Acadiana High School that we got to go find an assistant principal at Acadiana High School. We got to start doing some things to put people in place as far as different things are concerned. Moving on, Jacob. You guys, you've seen this before. The growth report card is definitely something that I want you to kind of take a look at. I want to give you guys all this because this is also something that when you go into the communities, this is exactly what you can tout and you can talk to people about. These are the accomplishments that we have actually grown this school district from one year to another. And it's just something that you can actually just be proud of. Okay? Yes, sir.
Before we move on out of this is the next agenda item. I know this for the attorney is aware, and I want to make everybody else aware what my push was for. Some of it in central office was not popular, and that's okay. Safety and security is the biggest in the Rapid Valley. Acadiana spent over $40,000 in security at football games. We're throwing a football game at Pay Cops. That's gotta change. Ms. Gardner is taking the bull by the horns and will get with these police departments. They are dictating how many officers we have. And we've got officers sitting there from 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock on the clock. We're gonna stagger. Ms. Gardner, she's got it. She's gonna figure it out. She's gonna make it work. They're telling us how many cops we gotta have. Okay? We're gonna take this away from the law enforcement agents and we're gonna bring it back to LPSS. They work for us. We don't work for them. We're gonna tell them what we need. Acadiana played Karen Crow in back-to-back weeks, week 10 in the playoffs. $10,000 in security. Okay? For a home game that you're making 20-something thousand, okay, that's cool. In a playoff game, okay, we made $23,000. I'm gonna break it down for you. LHSA gets 10% right off the top. All right, that's 2,300, but we're gonna make it easy now. There's 20,000 left. Okay? Acadiana and Karen Crow split. Karen Crow walks off with 10. Acadiana's got 10. Now we got to pay Karen Crow mileage. It's no big deal. It's not like you're paying Bird out of Shreveport. Okay, you got to pay him that. Acadiana's got to pay officials. Okay, and security. $23,000 gate. If Acadiana made $4,000, we're lucky.
Maybe 4,000.
Maybe 4,000. Then you got to feed the team. So what we're basically doing, we're throwing sporting events to pay for security. And I get it. Because, you know, we had an incident. The superintendent was there that night, the shooting 2 or 3 years ago at Acadiana. Which, it's not funny, okay? I'm not saying it this way. But the shooting starts, and people are running this way. And what is this man doing? He's running that way. Kind of like when I was in the fire department with Lafayette. You're running out, I'm running in. So Sandra hollers at me, where are you going? I said, I'm going with Francis. And I went with him. I think we had weapons detection back then. They couldn't get in the stadium with the guns, but they waited for them outside. So I get all of this. But at the end, we've got to find a solution. We've got to make it a little bit more affordable. And I've asked central office to put it in the budget to help. Because if we're going to throw a football game at Acadiana High or Karen Crow High or Northside, wherever, and all we're going to do is pay bills with it, now you can't operate a football program. You was talking 5A to 1A. You know what it costs to run a 5A program to be successful? Acadiana has won state championships and lost money. Been in the hole, lost money. It's a great thing, but you know, where's the incentive? So that's something you'll see, that's something I push. That's something I'm gonna trust Ms. Gardner, and that's not hard to do, trust Ms. Gardner. That she's gonna work with law, with her, she's smiling. She don't like it when I talk about it, but that's okay. She's gonna take care of it, okay? If not, me and Mr. Lejeune will take care of it from our position. If it's something she can't do, if it's gotta come to the board, it'll never make it to the board, I promise you.
So I hear Mr. Lochley loud and clear. It is definitely something that we need to address. And again, I want to encourage each and every one of our board members, just as Mrs. Lochley has brought something, if you hear something from your principals, you hear that there are some things that we need to address, please bring those things to our attention. And I can tell you this team that we have is going to be able to take the lead and be able to get some of these things resolved. So we are almost done. I just want to kind of just tout a few things for you, and we're going to take a break. The one thing that I want to kind of talk about is the portrait of a graduate. I'm really proud of this, and I'm going to tell you this is from the stakeholders, again, that have kind of stated that, hey, we have these kids that are coming and they're getting a diploma, but yet there's no professional skills, there's no soft skills that these kids are having. Guys, we heard from our lawmakers the other morning for breakfast that we better get ready because of the workforce. There are going to be more jobs in Louisiana that we know what to fill. And all I'm saying is that I'm worried about some of our kids. I'm worried about some of the things that they have or they don't have. And right now, we're going to be, again, something that you can take on the road and tell people. We have our own accountability system, and we're going to also have the portrait of a graduate. We're going to have the different things that we're going to embed in the curriculum, and we're going to teach kids how to, in kindergarten, shake hands and look at people in the eyes. We're gonna teach kids how to communicate, how to problem solve, how to deal with multiple issues, how to deal with finances, etc. We have to do a better job of producing that product. So you will see a lot will come up with this. We are hoping that at the beginning of next year, we can start implementing some of these things in our curriculum. And again, it's gonna be another feather in your hat. No other school district that I know of, and I've worked in a lot of them, that first of all, has its own accountability system, but also will have, they are teaching kids particular professional skills in the classroom of what they need to have to be successful when they get a high school diploma. Half of the kids do not even look at me in the eye when I give those 2,000 diplomas at the Cajun Dome. They don't know how to shake hands. They don't know how to make eye contact. And we have to do a better job of teaching those skills. Right?
They can shake hands on their phone, they'd be okay.
They can shake hands on their phones, he said.
You know where that used to take place? The back of school. Football practice, basketball practice, your coaches, you know, and then people say the toxic masculinity, you know, however you say it. Your coaches made men out of you. They taught you how to do that because you had to, don't look Coach Dotson in the eye. Not young Coach Dotson, the legend. Don't look him in the eye, see what happens.
Athletics plays a big piece, but I'm going to tell you, there are a lot of kids that are not.
Right.
We have kids that are going to be leaving our school and they're going to be going to these Ivy League schools. And I'm really worried about that they're going to be kids just as smart as them, but they're going to have the professional skills that are going to outperform them because of that competitive edge that they will have compared to them.
I can tell you, when we were doing hiring in the tech space, I can teach you technical skills all day long, and it's going to change every 40 years. You have to relearn technical stuff. The technology changes often. Some of these people would come in, I couldn't teach them how to hold a conversation, but you're customer facing. You have to talk to an attorney on the phone about a problem, and you can't communicate how you solve that problem. That's half the challenge you already defeated.
Absolutely. So we're gonna continue working here. I wanted to give you a sneak peek at that, but listen, here's what else is coming. Look at this. We're gonna have an LPSS playbook. This is gonna be the playbook. Yeah, we're gonna take the athletics, we're gonna bring it to here's what we're gonna do. Starting this year, we're gonna have a one-pager that's gonna tell you exactly what you as a parent need to kind of be aware of what your kid is going to go through academically, what are going to be the art experiences, what are going to be the opportunities that you will have, so that at least we give our parents an overview of what that grade level is going to entail. This is going to be from K to 12. And listen, you know how we came about this? From the Superintendent Advisory Committee, again, one of 7 committees, the parents said that their kids don't go home and tell them what's going on. And they felt as though that we needed to do a better job of putting things in front of them, at least give them an overview of what they need to pay attention to so that they at least they can ask questions to their kids. So you will see, and Ms. Richard and her team, along with the collaborative others, are working together to make sure that this is something that we can get out in front of every parent, because they're not doing this in Acadia Parish. They're not doing this as an EBR. Nobody has done this, and we really feel like this is going to be a game changer. It's going to help with communication. It's going to make sure that parents are knowing what to pay attention to as far as those particular grade levels are concerned. Jacob, you can move on. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to the next slide. All right, so part of the talk, I tell you what, can we kind of just take maybe a 5-minute break here, let people use the restroom? Are y'all good with that? Before we go any further, because this is going to be kind of a little lengthy, and it might take a little bit more time as far as waiting. So we'll just take 5 minutes?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes.
Are we in the second semester? Don't give a
Okay.
call some back in?
All right, back in session.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and continue with this. This right here is going to cause a little bit more. Going back to the number of kids that we've lost, I've kind of identified where it's coming from, and I really want you guys to know that I have a plan, and we are working on something. I want to give you the overview, and I want to give the public an overview of what we're going to look at. First of all, we're going to look at right now what is happening as far as our denial of kids getting into pre-K. Remember what y'all said, what are the barriers? We're going to finish to show you the impact. We're also going to go to the magnet schools, and we're going to basically talk about what those numbers look like and what happened when kids did not get into magnet schools. So we're going to give you that kind of snippet of here. So I just want you to kind of look at it. So Jake, once you click on Academy waiting list. So once you just kind of just look at this, this is not something that you just kind of just process it for a minute. Look to the very right, the number of the percentage of kids that were lost. This is meaning that in that particular grade, that was the total number of kids. That's how many kids were lost. That's the percentage to the right.
That's total
I
number,
want you to pay attention to,
total number of kids on the wait list.
that's the kids are on the waiting list. So again, we're going to focus on this right now about early childhood. This is magnet academies. I want you to look at LEOGDs. Look at LEOGDs. 28 kids were lost.
How many kids chose to go somewhere else, out of parish?
That means we cannot find them. They're not in this parish.
Sorry.
28 kids, $10,000 a head.
What schools do people fight to get into?
That's what I'm referencing. What I'm going to say is that my goal is going to be, we are in the magnet lottery right now. I don't know if we were paying attention to this. I don't know, because I'm going to tell you, it goes back to parents are making choices for kids. Parents are going to, we either provide the opportunities or parents are going to take kids and go somewhere else. And that is what that is telling me. Look at Jay Wallace James. 32 kids. 32 kids is not getting Jay Wallace, even though we had Middlebrook on the side. And we did offer those kids to go to Middlebrook. 32 kids, we can't find them. They're not in Lafayette Parish's system. Again, 10,000. This is something I'm just giving you a glimpse that it's going to be a focus of mine. It is something that we're going to pay attention to. We're going to do everything we can that when parents are requesting, as long as kids are qualifying, we're going to try to do be very deliberate as far as trying to provide opportunities. Any questions on, this is very simple, it's very easy to understand. It's basically telling me, if I don't get in here, I'm going somewhere else. And don't take it as though, well, that's only 32 kids. That's not just 32 kids.
So LEO,
LEO, yes.
63 kids are on the waiting list.
We lost 28 of them.
We lost 28.
Okay, so they were on the waiting list, so some of those other kids, instead of going to LEO, they went somewhere else. But I'm more focused on that 28. That 28 is,
So if we had another wing at LEO,
well, here's what I'm going to say is, and I'm going to kind of go around about, I want you to read through the lines. I need to do a better job with my team that when things like this happen, that we go and investigate at the school and we make sure that every bit of space that is available to put kids into is being utilized. Not for storage, not for one person to take home, but to make sure we put 28 kids in. I think y'all are reading, you understand, and I will tell you, it has not been my focus. I would have thought that people would have been more in tune that, hey, look, if you got a brand new classroom, I don't care, you don't need a conference room. Go make a conference room somewhere else. This turns into dollars. This turns into dollars. So when we talk about all of the kids that we lost as far as charter is concerned, I don't know if some of these kids went to charter, but what it's telling me is that in our magnet academies, the kids that are on a waiting list this year, I'm giving you and I'm telling you right now, we're going to find a way to make sure that we are providing. Now, I can't say that we're going to do for everyone, but we're going to do everything we can to provide, because if we're not, it's telling us right now, parents are choosing to send their kids somewhere else. Yes, sir.
Is there a room with Scott Miller right next door?
Yes, sir.
Fifth, sixth grade wings, I think it's.
Well, first of all, let me just say, we moved French immersion there.
I think we got, what is the?
What about the whole cafeteria?
What is something out there now?
And again, Ms. Gardner said it's used for IT, but she said,
Yeah, it is.
but again, will look to see opportunities. We're going to have to kind of just look at it. Let me give you an example, Ms. LeJeune. We had a particular classroom at Acadiana High School that was taken up by someone in central office staff, that we could have put more kids in a brick and mortar building compared to being in a portable building. I take that as the same thing as this. And I'm telling you this because I'm telling my staff this, and I'm telling those chiefs, and I don't know where they are, but we need to communicate this to them. This is very, very much, I don't want to hear nothing about taking up space for administration and for things that we could be putting kids into the building. I don't want relaxation rooms. I don't want where we can put kids in a classroom, because we are telling kids that we don't have room for them. And that's on me. And I'm going to tell you right now, y'all going to get it. Y'all going to get me to be able to pay attention to this. This is going to be a priority of mine when it comes to this lottery. And when this lottery says, oh, we don't have room. Well, guess what? Some of these staff are going in there, we're going to inspect every room. And we're going to do everything we can, because if we can put kids in there, because this right here is telling me that we may not need certain staff. We got to do a better job of that. And that's not a threat. That is where we have the priority of educating kids, and we have to pay attention to that. Parents are making choices for kids, and if we don't make it, parents aren't. Let's go into pre-K. Yes, ma'am.
Just a comment. I get calls each year, last year, the year before.
Yeah, we don't.
Especially for Dave Thibodeau.
Yep. Yep.
So I'm glad to hear that this is something that you're looking at, and we'll be having a conversation with your central office cabinet in regards to, because whenever I get the call and I'm redirecting it to you or one of your team members here, I still get that follow-up call if they can't get in for whatever reason. And so it's something that really, when you look at it, it's like, okay, it's such a big school, such a big campus. And then, parents start to ask, well, how is it that you can't get in? And it's like, well, if you don't have space, you don't have space. But you're saying that the space may potentially be there, you just have to reassess.
Well, let me just say that. I think that we have gone with years of this is how it's been. These are our numbers, and we are not accepting any more numbers. This has been the number of kids that we've let to go into the magnet school here. We let this magnet, and all I'm saying is that we have to think differently, and we have to push on and make opportunities, because parents are being very clear that if they don't get into where they're going to, they're leaving. Parents are leaving us. I mean, I don't know what to tell you about why those kids left J. Wallace James. J. Wallace James, there's 32 kids that are not in this district. Yeah, 80 of them are on the wait list. They may have gotten in, they may have gone to some other magnet school, they may have stayed at their base school, I'm not sure. But 32 of them, we can't find their name. So, it will be a focus, it will be something, when you do call me, look, you're gonna already know that I'm working towards it. This lottery is gonna be something that, when we get these numbers, I wanna make sure that opportunities are there for kids, because I know that if not, it's gonna be detrimental to us financially. All right, moving into pre-K. I've told Miss Reshorn that she's already on this with Miss Emmy Thibodeau. I want you to kind of just look at this right here. These are kids that, we don't find them in the kindergarten this year. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wait list. This is this year? Okay, this is this year's wait list. I want you to go to the other one, Jacob. Go. Look at this here. Okay, and you can kind of just look at this. All right? And I want you to kind of study this. Bob Lilly has 11 kids that did not get in. Those 11 kids are not in kindergarten this year.
And I know can't predict the future, but it's hard to suck it in with a brand new school, and they're still tapped.
And what I'm going to say is that we say that it's tapped. We got to go see if it's tapped.
No, I agree, but we did move ESL. Like we've done some stuff.
We've done some things that we may have to do.
Right, we created some of this ourselves.
Okay. But what I'm going to say is that I want you to look at, like at Prairie, there are 8 kids that we don't know where they are today. Now you're probably saying, that's only 8 kids. No, guys. No, that's
8 siblings, that's 8 everything.
Well, it's 8 kids at that amount of money, 8 times. And all of that adds up. So I bring this to you because it is a focus of mine that we're going to look at this waiting list as far as early childhood. We're going to look at this waiting list as far as magnet academies, and we're going to try to remove barriers so that we can provide opportunities for kids.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. So the very top is what Dr. Robley is just bringing us back to that very top. There's 88 kids out of all these schools, 88 kids that they were on that waiting list, and they're not enrolled today in kindergarten.
We may not see them again.
Well, I hope that we get them again, but what I'm saying is right now, when they mandatory kindergarten, they're not in these schools, 88 kids. So 88 kids times 10. Yes, sir.
Okay, like Ms. Dickerson, if you can remember. We using all the classrooms at Ridge? They're all full?
There's a few that's possible.
Okay, you got, help me find it, where we at? Okay, you got 8 kids at Ridge, 5 at Burke. How many do we have in the pre-K class?
20.
Prairie, Ridge, and Burke could have all gone to a classroom at Ridge.
Yeah, we can look at it.
And again,
It's just a matter, sorry, Coach Jeffers, Ms. Gordon, it's just a matter of transportation.
Yes, so Mr. Lachele, just like Mr. Touchette mentioned, my team and I, we are looking at expanding pre-K possibilities on campuses that have wait lists. Because when looking at this data, we know we need to get them in pre-K in order for them to stay for kindergarten. So we have already contacted administrators, and we're already looking at where can we put an additional pre-K class on some of these campuses.
Because if you go ride right now in Judy's, between Ridge Road, W. Broussard, the whole 9 yards, all these new houses, and I'm not a statistic expert, but you can see the little tricycles, the little red car with the yellow top in the driveways. There are kids coming, and that wait list is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Here's the other flip side of that is, and I mentioned this to Ms. Trahan earlier, inside the city of Lafayette, we don't have as many young families moving in.
Right.
We know that, that's the trend nationwide. And I talked with one of Katie Ann about this, Andre Bro there. Like, we have to look at that and then look at where the growth's at. It's gonna be in Youngsville, it's gonna be in Broussard, it's gonna be in Dusson, it's gonna be in Scott, it's gonna be in Canyon Grove. How do we offset that, right? Like, I don't wanna close Broadmoor, I might as well move out of the country if I close Broadmoor Elementary, right? But like, how can we offset the families that aren't moving inside the city in those districts? What do we do, right? I don't have an answer for it, I'm not saying you have to figure it out today, it's just that that's something we're gonna look at. So our Lincoln Parish is facing this right now, I guarantee you.
So let me kind of just sum it up. That first of all, we talked about, we lost kids, right? Well, here's how we're gonna be responsive to it. Number one is we're gonna look at early childhood and seeing, because that's where my focus was, and again, it told a tale to me, it said something to me. We're gonna look at our magnet academies, and we're gonna continue to communicate and to promote the good things that are happening in our district. With all three of those things combined, guys, I am anticipating within the next couple of years, you're gonna see an increase in enrollment. You're gonna see an increase in enrollment. Because I truly believe that this is self-inflicted. I think there are barriers that we have put in front of ourselves that we just need to remove. And listen, this is not anything that I'm blaming people in the past. I'm just saying that it is to where now you have to go and investigate and see what is happening, or else we're leaving that kid out there to go make choices elsewhere outside of Lafayette Parish. So we're going to kind of just move from this. You will see that again. Let me go to the one where it's right now. We have waiting list right now. This is what we have right now. We have 19 kids. Miss Reshort is right now knowing. We're not waiting. We're going to find how we can get these kids in. Because we know that there's a chance that of the 19, maybe 8 of them will not be here next year in kindergarten. So we have to start working toward that. So she is actively working on that, her and Emily. We're not waiting on that, and we're going to make sure that we give you guys a report next year at this time to see exactly those same metrics. Where are we as far as magnet schools of who did not get in and how many kids left us, and also the same thing as far as early childhood, okay? All right, moving on, Jacob. All right, communication, this is where the team is going to take over, Tracy and Jacob. They're going to pass, I think they already have, I think all of you have this beautiful binded strategic communication. Let me tout something for you, and again, I'm giving you nuggets to go into the public, and I'm giving you nuggets to go tell the colleagues that you have as far as board members throughout. Guys, you want to be successful in a school district, you get a good communication team. It was very clear to me that you guys were very clear that we need to tell our story. And I'm going to tell you, there are a lot of things that we're doing and we're doing well, and that is we're telling our story. And I'm going to tell you, it's about talent, talent, talent. The people that we have that are running this team as far as communication is doing just that. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy and Jacob. They're going to kind of go through this. This is something that we're going to start putting out. This is something that you can take along with you to your different corridors, all those everything, and just saying, this is how LPS is doing their business. This is what we are doing to be able to run with the great things that are happening. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Duchette. It's very slim. We wanted to give you the data coming out over the last year. We gave some to you last year at the previous board retreat. Of course, you have our beautiful pictures. We are the three amigos or the three stooges, depending on which day you ask us. But we have earned media statement, and of course, earned media is anything external. You'll see down there the outlets that go into these figures. When you look at the bar chart on the right side, left side is the 24-25 sentiment, and of course the right is the 25-26 sentiment. There's always a level of negative media coverage. As you can imagine, with a school district, the benchmarks for where you want to fall in terms of each of those sentiments is a little lower for a school district, because I think that we're more in the public eye, people are more sensitive to the things coming up than they are in a corporation. However, I am happy to report that our positive sentiment is now over 65%. Where you want to fall is between 65 and 75%. That is considered success when you talk about earned media sentiment. If you have any questions later about that, I'm happy to answer them. Of course, the social media analytics, this is Jacob's wheelhouse. He runs our social media platforms, looks at all the analytics, figures out what's being looked at, what's not, and how many people are actually engaging on each of our channels. And then we included this year the website analytics, because one of the things that we are working toward as a communication team is really making our LPSS websites what I have called the mothership. We want folks to know that they can go to the LPSS website, or our school's website for that matter, to be able to find any information they need and to be able to do it easily. Right now, me and Jacob and Blaine are in the process of interviewing and working with different website vendors, whether it's our current one to retool the way our websites look, or engaging with another vendor at this point. We are also working to take some of the lift off of our schools, where if you go to a school website, a lot of the links, rather than being managed by the school level staff, are global. Because if you go to the school's website and you see district calendar, obviously they aren't building their own district calendar, now their own school calendar, that's a whole nother story. But they aren't building the district or rebuilding the district calendar. That goes globally. Blaine is also taking on the additional responsibility of making sure all of their staff are updated, because you may have seen that some of that is outdated. And of course, parents are going to go there to find out who's the principal, who do I talk to if I need to schedule a meeting with the principal, or anything at that school level. So we're working to retool that. It's going to be a process, but hopefully that will be finished by the start of this next school year. And then family communication survey. We're really proud about this. We sent it out to all of our families. Around 1,400 families responded, which we thought was fairly good for our first family communication survey. You'll see what we looked at, and you'll see all of the responses there. The key takeaways, though, were the majority of families access information, not surprisingly, on their cell phone. Also, they overwhelmingly preferred text messages when they wanted information, and or a message that came out through the communications tool. They want clear, succinct messages, and they do struggle sometimes with JCampus or the Connect tool, which is why we are working very closely with Ms. Gardner and her team to identify the best communication tool for our families, something that's easily accessible, something that's easy to manipulate, something that we want, when we want to share out a message, we can do that and it gets to them effectively and efficiently, but also looking at alternate two-way communications tools, because the one that we have now has not seemed to prove very effective. In the vein of surveys, we are working right now on a community survey that we're hoping to launch in the summertime. We're working with Sides and Associates, because we don't want to facilitate that ourselves. We want to make sure that when we get that data, it is truly objective. So we are looking at the questions that will be asked, we are looking at the length of that survey, and it will be again to the community. How do they feel about LPSS? What do they know that we offer? Because they may not know that we have all of those Magnet Academy offerings. So we're working through that right now. As we move into the marketing space, we have used the school data, the shift from our system to Magnet Academies, and even the more granular data across the district. What schools are losing the most students? What areas are losing the most students, which districts, and then using that in tandem with the data you saw earlier to fine-tune our marketing efforts. We know that, we've learned obviously over the last year, that the way that we market to each district, each population, is not cookie cutter. Just to give you a couple of examples, we completed a Magnet Academy campaign. We noticed when we looked at the numbers that the number of applications within that lottery window did increase. We're hoping to find better ways to measure that, and we are looking toward the new platform for enrollment that they will actually have going forward, because the one they've been operating on doesn't provide us the information we need to be able to know if what we are doing is as effective as the kindergarten campaign we ran last year. Last year we ran an integrated campaign with digital, some very targeted call to action radio. We went into the community. Jacob and I literally drove to the daycares around Lafayette Parish and handed out flyers, and I gotta tell you, the reception for that was incredible, because they had already had parents ask, we want to register our students for kindergarten, how do we do that? So having that asset in their hand was hugely beneficial. We were able to double the enrollment year over year in that particular time frame. So we know that what we were doing at that time was working. We're about to launch, we're working with Emmy this year to launch, similarly to Mr. Touchette's point, a pre-K campaign that is, again, digital call to action radio, but also thanks to Josh and Miss Amy, doing some grassroots marketing with the coteries, with the different organizations to get the messaging out there, how critical it is to have students enrolled in pre-K. And then we also were doing something that's been a big hit in the community is our newsletter. We started with just a database that we had of about 200. We are now, our distribution is up to 600. That's our external newsletter. And just this year, we also rolled out an internal newsletter that goes to just LPSS employees that make sure that they are aware of the good things happening in the district, but also sharing out important information that they may have missed using another channel. Last but not least, we talked about the website revamp. Something else that we requested from schools was that they send us their logos and any, what's the CMK, those kind of colors.
Their brand.
It's basically their brand kits. Some had them, some didn't, some want to revamp. Our ultimate goal is to find a way to brand each of the schools where it's not changing every single year. There's a reason that our logo is our logo and has been. There's a reason that there's been the Nike swipe or swoop for years and years. Our schools need to be branded similarly. So that's something that we're investigating right now. We got a lot going on in our department in addition to this, but these are some of the big projects on our radars, and we are just very fortunate that we've got 3 people who work so well together, and I'm fortunate that I have such talent sitting next to me, and in Lane in the webmaster role. So are there any questions?
So what Tracy is basically saying is that, again, and I know that Ms. Amy has taken advantage of this as far as coming and sitting down and saying, how can we start telling our story about what are we doing as far as projects on the north side? So what I'm saying is that I am encouraging each and every one of you. Guys, it's been very deliberate that this is in our strategic plan. We know that we lost kids. We know that we have to start focusing on different things. But listen, this communication and the great things that are happening in this district is something that we need to communicate, and we need to have a plan. So if you feel like you want to meet with Tracy and the team about more of what we need to do as far as your schools, let us know. And listen, these guys know social media outlets that those young kids know. They are into all of the different areas, to where from radio to how things are being caught as far as things popping up on people's Facebooks because we're putting certain things there. Look, I'm just saying that if there's anything that you guys need help, this team is here to help you, because it's a big focus of mine. Y'all know that communication is going to be the key to tell our story, and I truly believe that we are telling our story. Lots of people come to me and say, hey, y'all got a lot of positive things that are happening out there, and that's just, to me, a good feather in our hat moving forward.
I will tell you that last year when Jacob started, Mr. Touchette asked us to really focus at that point on the south side of Lafayette, because there was a lot of bleed there. I can tell you that has leveled off and increased the enrollment somewhat. So now we are shifting our focus, not not taking it off of the south side, but increasing our focus in other districts to see if we can't realize the same results.
Okay, Jacob, let's go ahead and move. I got one more slide, I think, to turning up. Okay, so again, this whole focus as far as the vision, turning it into growth, I truly believe that in 2 years, and I'm gonna hold myself to it, we're gonna get this number up, we're not gonna see a decline. We're gonna see that this district is going to move forward as far as getting more people here, and it's a concerted effort that, number one, remove the barriers and be very deliberate about where we can grab kids and use this opportunity as far as communication to get people to come back into our district. So, moving into, Jacob, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, that is pretty much the strategic plan. What I want to do right now, we're going to pivot into, Mr. Luzerne, if it's okay, can we go into 3.2? Ms. Richard is going to give you guys an overview of this next section. We just want you guys to make sure you have it. It is definitely something that you have to have as far as your hours are concerned. So I'm going to go ahead and just let y'all turn it into this next item.
At this time, we go to 3.2, Board, Special Education, Seclusion and Restraint, Cameras by Ms. Ginger Richard.
Thank you, Vice President Lejeune. We're going to talk about procedures and guidelines for the use of crisis intervention, which includes seclusion and restraint. This is a policy and guideline that was adopted by the board in November. We rolled it out to our teachers and our administrators with a start date of December 1. We have always had a guideline, however, we have updated it with some new state requirements. So these procedures are based off of Louisiana state law. I will tell you that what you're going to hear today in regards to seclusion and restraint applies to all of our students, not just students with exceptionalities or disabilities. The seclusion and restraint is for students when they are in emergency situations. You're going to hear the term imminent danger. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is imminent danger and when would we use seclusion or restraint. And the misuse of these guidelines could result in disciplinary action for some of our staff members. It could result in legal battles with some of our families. So it's very important that we take this seriously and that our teachers and staff and administrators are trained in the guidelines and processes. First thing we're going to do is take you through some of the terms. That's part of the guidelines. Crisis intervention in particular is proactive strategies that we're going to use to prevent incidents before they happen. You will know that these guidelines are kind of a two-part guideline. You have your before an incident happens and then once it escalates. So as teachers and as educators, we always want to make sure that we are proactive in knowing student triggers and knowing when our students are beginning to escalate. So part of this plan is de-escalation strategies. How do we reduce stress and anxiety for our students? How do we maintain calm and safe environments? And also one of the most important things is how do we build trust and relationships with our students when we see them escalating? The other part is really understanding as an educator what we need to do in order to help the child in their de-escalation, meaning we need to stay calm, we need to have a respectful attitude, we need to make sure that we're respecting a child's personal space and we do not engage in a power struggle. So this is not only about what we do when a child is in a crisis, but this is also about how we prevent, as educators, students from becoming escalated at that point. One of the things you will see in our district are sensory rooms. I have some pictures here because if you're visiting our campuses, you may have seen rooms like this. Sensory rooms are basically unlocked rooms or spaces where we have positive behavioral interventions and support that goes on in these specific rooms. So some of our students, whether they have disabilities, exceptionalities or not, we use these rooms to calm them.
When they go into these sensory rooms, there's a whole lot of tactile things for them to do, a lot of movement activities for them to do, and it needs to be a structured environment for students to go calm themselves, because obviously we want to get them back into that classroom as soon as possible. So you will notice that on our campuses, we do have sensory rooms, and this is just part of that de-escalation strategy that we work with teachers on. I talked about the imminent risk of harm. So now we're going to kind of move toward the other side of the guidelines, where as if we've tried the de-escalation strategies, we've given them time, whether it's in a calming corner or a sensory room, and we're still escalating in a crisis situation. Imminent risk of harm is defined as a threat to a person or another person causing substantial physical injury. We would not use seclusion or restraint on any student unless the student was in imminent danger, okay? Some of the examples I'll put here are things that we have had to use, seclusion and restraint, when students are headbanging, whether they're headbanging on the wall or headbanging another student or a staff member. I'll put climbing. If they're climbing high in the classroom or outside, we may have to use some restraint to get them down, as well as assault. If it is a fight, we are trained on how to respond, two-person responses to those types of situations. So these are things that we would consider imminent risk, imminent harm. This is not everything. This is just some samples, some examples for you to better understand what that would look like. I'm going to talk about seclusion. Whenever we talk about seclusion in these guidelines, it's basically a procedure that isolates and confines a student in a designated separate room or area until the child is no longer a threat to himself or others. We do not have any seclusion rooms in any of our schools in Lafayette Parish school system. We do not have a seclusion room.
Wow. I think I
Sure.
know the answer to that. I worked for the Arc of Indiana for 7 years, and I know why we didn't use seclusion rooms. Can you please explain that?
Sure. So seclusion rooms, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, state law does say, and within these guidelines, that we could have seclusion rooms. Seclusion rooms are isolated rooms where when a child would go into a crisis situation, you would basically put that child in that room with an adult being able to see inside of the classroom. It is definitely, when we look at our students with extreme behaviors or exceptionalities, it is something that we could use as part of an IEP for those seclusion rooms, but we also try not to put a child in that area because oftentimes it will escalate the behavior. When that child knows what that happens in that room and that child understands that I'm going to be put in this room until I calm down, we see that it oftentimes escalates the behavior. So it is not something at this time that we choose to use in Lafayette Parish school system. However, state law does allow it.
I've seen some school systems implement that poorly, where they convert broom closets to seclusion rooms.
Absolutely.
Like that. So you have to, not only from an optics perspective, but from you said from a behavioral reward perspective. Like, we don't want to reward behaviors like that. Sometimes seclusion rooms can, but I've also seen where people handle seclusion rooms very poorly, and
Yes.
the optics and just the position to put yourself in is a very bad.
It is a very liability on the district part or even the staff member. I think it would be higher there. I do want to say that, again, Louisiana law allows us to use the seclusion room, and for districts that do use them, they have specifics on what has to happen. So there could be an incident where we have to go into a seclusion room based on a child's IEP. We would not do it except for that. The next part is a physical restraint. So a physical restraint is a safety hold, or manual restraints to restrict the student's freedom of movement when the student possesses that imminent risk of harm. It involves physical force applied to restrict the movement of all or part of a person's body. In our district, we use CPI to train administrators, teachers, paraprofessionals. CPI is the Crisis Prevention Institute. That is something that Louisiana Department of Education, it's a partnership. So every single school has a CPI trained team to be able to respond when students are in crisis. I did show some samples on the next slide of what our holds could look like. The first hold is a seated, two-person seated hold. So oftentimes when students are escalated and they are using their hands, this is a hold where it's going to take two individuals to sit and basically hold the student, applying pressure on the bottom of the body. This hold is, again, requires two staff members. That's why we make sure in all of our schools that we have that team to be able to do this. The next hold is for students, and this is a standing hold. So this would be if a student was causing imminent risk to another child, another adult, or himself, and you're in a standing position, this would be how you would isolate the arms and also put some pressure on the student. So these are two samples of what we consider physical restraints. So one of the most important takeaways that I want you to leave with is if there is not an imminent risk of harm, we do not use seclusion or restraint in our school system. One of the changes regarding the policies for the Louisiana law include timing and how we report to parents when a child is either secluded or restrained. Within 1 hour of the school day, obviously if a child has been secluded or restrained, we're asking staff members who are part of that CPI team to notify admin. Oftentimes admin are part of the team, but not always, depending on the time and how quickly the situation escalates. Within 1 hour, the students have to have a nurse check. They have to notify the district personnel, typically the special education directors, and then we want to notify the parent or guardian at least by the end of the school day if their child was secluded or restrained. By the end of the next school day, we have an incident reporting form that we have to fill out. Any and all available video footage we like to download and have available. And also we submit the incident report to the parents. I have attached the incident report to the back of the actual guidelines for you to see. It is lengthy. Every school has a designee, whether it's a school nurse or someone else determined by the principal, to do the safety check and make sure that once we are complete with a restraint, that the student checks out physically. So I have shared that with you as well. I did want to note, because some of the questions may come up, when an SRO uses handcuffs or uses a hold, that is not considered seclusion or restraint as far as our Lafayette Parish guidelines. When they are using the handcuffs or holds due to criminal activity, that we do not follow the same guidelines.
I have one question. And this, I'm not making this question. So, there's a team in each school.
Yes, sir.
They go through the certifications and things like that. Compensation, obviously, do they get compensated differently for that? And the only reason I ask is for the liability side. If a lawsuit happens, and we're back in executive session because a student hurt a teacher, they're putting themselves out there to help us. I just didn't know.
There is no additional compensation.
And I'm not saying there should be, I just didn't know like the liability part.
Sure. Some of our job descriptions require CPI training, depending on the type of job description.
And if something happens, that teacher gets called into court, we support, we're 100% behind it, like we do everything.
Yes, sir. And any questions about the seclusion and restraint portion? The only additional update I want to give you is in regards to cameras in the special education classroom. Again, another Louisiana state law that cameras must be installed in each self-contained classroom. A self-contained classroom is considered where students spend 50% or more of their regular school day. There will be sound and video on the cameras in the self-contained special education classrooms. It is going to be an additional server that is going to be monitored by our technology department. Law states that parent notification to students we have to notify parents if our cameras are out of operation for 2 or more school days. We are on target to have all of our cameras installed by February 1st.
Do parents get access to those cameras, or is that just upon request?
It is upon request. We, even at the district level, even at the Department of Special Education level, do not have access to these videos.
But it has to be a request made because we believe that there was extreme circumstances.
Okay.
It's not just because I would like to come in and watch what my kid is doing.
Okay.
So it has to be due to investigation or extreme
Confidential to other students, like confidentiality of those.
confidentiality of students and things.
We'd redact as much as we can from the video for confidentiality.
Okay.
Who makes that request?
The parent.
So you get a self-contained classroom, and a situation happens, and they're blaming the teacher or blaming another student or whatever. That parent, because of that particular incident, now is going to have an opportunity to request those. And again, we have to redact all of the different things we have to, so it brings more work on us. It's something that we have to do, but this is state law, and we're in the process. It has to be done by
February 1st.
February 1. This is all something that has to be in every self-contained classroom throughout Lafayette Parish. And again, we're going to meet that deadline, and we're going to get it taken care of. But that's why we're going to be very much, as Ms. Gardner's already told us, when we start moving teachers around and so forth, we also have to be moving those cameras.
This is a fund that's made by
And the
state
teacher
office.
requests to see the video? I mean, the parent?
The parent, that's who's requesting it.
Can they see the video too?
Yes, yeah.
The parent does have access upon request.
But it has.
It has to be related to an investigation.
What's our notification method? Is it a letter? Is it an email to J Campus?
It's gonna be on the letter.
It has to be a physically mailed
No,
letter?
it does not. It can be a J Campus notification.
It can be our district platform.
Like, we're gonna mail a letter?
So if the cameras are down for 2 or more days, then we will send a J Campus notification to the parents that they are down, we're required by law.
Okay.
If we do not have to physically mail it.
Okay, I didn't know what the resolution,
We have to give notice.
Okay.
Am I right, Ms. Rich?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We would be up and running by the time they got it.
That's all?
I was gonna say, it's not, 5 days later.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, sir.
Very end. Before last legislative session, the law provided that the parent of a child could request a camera in that child's classroom, but you were not required to put it in every classroom. This last legislative session, they changed to say, now you're required to put it in every self-contained classroom. And the significance, the reason I want to mention this, because this law was passed based on a bill introduced by a senator in Baton Rouge who has children with disabilities. And so if you look over the last several years, every law dealing with special education and services to special education students has been authored by this one senator in Baton Rouge.
And that's another unfunded mandate.
And it is a completely unfunded mandate. So again, I say that to say that the legislative session, we had the little meeting with the legislators this week. That legislative session is very, very important on some things that you don't really think about being major ticket items, but they'll come back to bite you if you're not concerned. So we need to follow them very carefully.
Does that law apply to charter schools as well, or is it just public schools?
I think it's just public. I have to go back and look at it.
Excluded at the bottom, I remember.
That's already been a lot of people
It
have.
says, not in charter schools.
Well, that's how someone on social media say, no, we have to follow all the same laws that public schools have to. Like, that's not true. And that's one example of when they don't have to.
There are some charter schools that have self-contained classes.
Yeah.
Right, anything, we need to move on to the next item, Mr. Lejeune? Thank you, Ms. Richard.
Okay, we'll move on to 3.3, board budget, timeline, sales, property taxes by Mr. Anthony Mouton.
Thank you, Mr. Lejeune. Before we begin discussing revenue trends, we're going to recap the budget timeline. I know you guys have seen this several times already, but it doesn't hurt to go over it one more time, right? So on March the 12th, we're going to present to you all of the non-general fund budgets with the exception of the insurance fund. And then on March 26th, we're going to present to you the group health insurance fund and the general fund. And then if everything goes well, then we'll meet back together on April the 16th to review all the budgets all together comprehensively. And then we'll proceed to advertise for 2 weeks, starting in April, the end of April. And we'll have a budget hearing on May 14th to officially adopt after the budget hearing. All right, Jacob, next slide. Thank you. So on this slide, I am showcasing to you the revenue trends for our 3 major revenues that we receive through the district, which is the sales taxes, property taxes, and state MFP revenues. And as you can see, for the past 3 fiscal years, we've experienced really good growth in our sales taxes and property taxes. What I want to do is focus on fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. If you look at sales taxes, our 1965 sales tax incurred a 5% increase year-over-year collections, which is great. It's fantastic, actually. Our 1988 tax and 2002 sales tax both experienced a 3% increase year-over-year of actual collections. Now, if you compare that to the current budget in fiscal year 26, if you look at the red arrows, you see a negative trend, and that's for 2 reasons. For the 1965 sales tax, if you recall, we incurred 2 debt issuances this calendar year. We had one in June and we had one in November. So you pull those together, that's approximately $7 million that we have to divert from the general fund to the debt service fund in perpetuity until those debts are paid off. So that's the reason why you see 11% decrease for the 1965 sales tax revenue. However, for the other 2 sales taxes, you see a 2% decrease, and that's really because we budgeted conservatively, right? So at the end of the fiscal year, sales tax collections could be more than that. It could be on par, right? And if you move over to the last column, I am projecting roughly a 1% increase across the board for all 3 sales taxes. So we move on to the property taxes. Once again, economically, we've done very well. This parish has been very fortunate. We received a 7% increase in 2023 fiscal year, 8% in fiscal year 24, and 9% in fiscal year 25. Now, as you move over to fiscal year 26, the current budget, you see a negative 2%, right? So this is because back in fiscal year 2022, the board agreed to reduce one of the property tax millages from 17.88% down to 16.7%. And my guess is that at that time period, it probably wasn't a big deal financially, but in today's dollars, that roughly means about a $3 million loss that we're gonna have to incur in perpetuity because we didn't roll forward the millages during that time period. And the reason why this is a negative 2%, it could have been more than that actually, but I think because more properties were added to the assessment rolls, that kind of softened the blow a little bit. And so as you move over to fiscal year 27, based on the information that I received from the tax assessor's office, I anticipate that we'll have a 2% increase for next fiscal year, which is going to help us out to kind of.
That's an assessment year next year, or is it year after?
I don't recall right offhand when the last assessment was done, but I can look it up for you though.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. This doesn't factor into the potential that like the inventory tax might go away.
It does not.
So we're just that could
It
go
does
away
not.
depending on
Right.
voters.
We'll have to see if it ever gets passed, and then we'll have to calculate from there.
Got it.
Right. So I do project that we'll have at least a 2% increase in property tax collections in fiscal year 27. And then last but not least, we have MFP state revenues. As you can see, in fiscal year 23, we had a 6% increase year over year. However, due to the loss of students to charter schools, you can see the downward trend in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 for 3% and 1% respectively. As you already know, we lost some students this year, right? Not to reiterate that, that will affect this year's budget. It is not currently reflected on this slide, but in a few months it will at some point in time. However, for fiscal year 27, it is reflected there. With roughly 900 students, I calculate that's about $4.5 million from a state revenue perspective only, okay? Of course, there is an expense side to that, but this is just strictly revenue side. So that's about $4.5 million. Now, I have created a solution that I presented to the superintendent, and we're actively working through that. I think we just have maybe one little thing to tweak on that, but I think we're almost there to have a plan in place to mitigate the loss of these revenues. And I think this is going to be a good segue into the next slide, Jacob.
Let me just add something to this before he moves on. Again, what I will tell you is that we are very much on top of this. I believe, as all of you know, that yes, there has been a loss, but I can tell you, we knew that we had to weather the storm, and we have a plan to be able to address some of these things. Until we put some of these things in place that I have planned for us to be able to recruit kids, we have a plan and we have a way to kind of get us through this. But we can't continue to come down this road year after year with these same type of things happening. So I'm optimistic. I want you to know that I believe that we're going to be okay. We have again, I said it to you earlier, this economy is rolling in Lafayette. I mean, there are great things happening. I just want you guys to know that, again, we need your support, and we're going to need your guidance on where we need to fund these priorities. We'll get that to you as far as the budget, as far as how we move into offsetting this and what we're going to do to kind of offset it. But it's more to me is, this is a done deal. We got to take care of this. But what do we do moving forward? Let's fix it. And that's part of what we talked to you guys already about.
Thank you, Francis. So on this chart, all you guys are familiar with this. You've seen this for the past couple of years. So all I've done basically is updated last fiscal year 25, and I've added fiscal year 26 with this year's projections. You can see it on your screen. So as you can see, Renaissance and, well, Acadiana and Lafayette Renaissance both have increased in this fiscal year, 35 million, 27 million, right? So we kind of knew those things were going to happen. So if you go to the far right, the total, we've increased from 63 million to $77 million, right, in 1 year alone. And I do want to bring special attention to the other charter school category, or column rather. If you see in fiscal year 24, there was approximately $700,000, right? But now we're looking at $3.5 million for fiscal year 25 and $3.6 million for fiscal year 26. Does anyone want to guess which charter school that might be? Vermilion, there you go. So it's happening all around us, guys. And I think, you know, what the superintendent is doing is, as far as trying to mitigate and come up with plans and strategies to retain and attract students, that's what we really need to offset this. But this is where we are today. So if you guys have any additional questions, this will conclude my presentation.
Is that only MFP money, or is that tax money?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you asked that question. I failed to mention that. This represents both the state MFP revenue dollars and the local dollars that we have to transfer to charter schools.
Because Mr. Lejeune, what Anthony is stating is that when those kids go to the charter school, their parents voted on all those taxes, okay? The local taxes follow those kids, meaning they're getting the MFP dollars and they're getting it. On the other side, if the kid leaves us and goes to a private school, we don't get the MFP, but at least we're able to keep the what? local dollars. So what I'm saying is that is why, again, we go back to, hey, if you're gonna have a school, let's make sure we have a school that's on the same playing field, which we're not all playing the same football game. One team is having a different set of rules compared to the other team, and that is why we are all going back to is, we gotta get a handle of what's happening as far as these charter schools.
Does it follow the remaining, does our taxes follow the remaining?
If they leave to go to Vermillion,
That's a good question. I can't really answer why.
I don't think so.
And I know that the school borders the line, I guess you can say.
But the school Vermillion charter is in Vermillion, so I don't think they would get the locals.
Should.
Do they get local revenues?
They shouldn't, but they are.
There's no way they should in another part. They get the MFP, I would get.
They get the MFP. That's a good question.
They are, according to the state's budget letter, they're getting the state dollars and the local dollars.
Even if they
We
go
can't send
to
our tax dollars to a million parish.
That's what I see.
That's bullshit.
So if they come,
That's our tax
they're
dollars.
going to do something.
Don't write up that check. Let them come out.
I think it's a good argument to have with the
Don't
legislature.
write the check, let them come after us. People in Lafayette Parish are not paying taxes to fund a damn thing in Vermillion Parish or vice versa. And they're well into Vermillion Parish on 343.
Yeah, the problem is that the state takes it off the top.
I would think,
Right.
or any, like, charter school that maybe has.
I promise you, Vermillion Parish ain't sending money to ARCA or, I'm sure they got kids going to ARCA, that's right down the corner. Even LRCA is not that far.
let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Mr. Lejeune, we need to move into 3.4. Guys, we're moving quickly now. It's moving along.
All right, this time we'll go to 3.4, facilities, construction, management.
A lot of y'all gonna be interested in this, facilities.
Dr. Mark Ravelli.
All right, hello, y'all, good morning. Should be presentation coming around, we'll pull it up on here and we'll kind of get going. Facilities, PDF? It's just a PDF. Freeze the top row. Sorry. And if not, I have a hard copy I can speak to. All right, so guys, really what I want to try to get across this morning, hopefully easier said than done, but basically going through the different procurement methods for facilities planning and maintenance department. We'll go through quotes, public bid, as well as the CMAR. I know there's been some questions about that process, but some of y'all have lived through it now, so we have a good kind of understanding of that. Also, we want to kind of go through just some processes and improvements we've done in the department with internal controls and how we make sure the work is done the right way. And that we make sure it's just all in line with the department vision. And then finally, kind of looking ahead and where we want to go. So jumping right in, while it's still kind of loading. If you turn to the first page, it's the building culture project update that you've already seen. And essentially what you're going to see is all of the projects that we've talked about in this past, I'll say fiscal year, from Judy's Middle, Acadiana High, LJ, Alamo Middle, the wing additions. But guys, what we did do, if you look in orange on that very first slide, we provided an update as of this week on where those projects are. So of the 12, 13 projects, you can see that basically about half are in construction this month, and the other half will basically be in construction in another month or two. So we are moving on these projects, and we just wanted to make sure you could see the updates on those major additions and expansions. So that is what is on that first slide in orange. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, moving on, second slide. So as I talked about earlier, there's three main ways that we can conduct business in planning, maintenance, and facilities. So depending on the threshold, the construction cost is kind of what drives where we go. And then the second part of that is the need and the priorities of the board and the superintendent will kind of determine that second thought process of where we go. So you'll see it measured going all the way from left to right. Basically, quotes are your smaller, less complex jobs and maintenance things that may come up. Pretty much anything under $250,000 can be explored through a quote process. Under $250,000, it's fair game for a quote process and public bid. Once you hit that $250,000 mark threshold in construction costs, that's where you got to go into public bid. That's a little bit more complex projects, usually includes an architect, engineer, and then you can see once you hit a $5 million threshold in construction costs, you can start to explore this CMAR option, or construction manager at risk. Construction manager at risk is what that stands for on that last option. So when you look at each one has pros and cons, right? So starting with the quotes, they're usually the easier, quickest turnaround type jobs. You don't have to go through a big, long process to collect quotes. Basically, you're just shopping around to find the best price. You get a verifiable quote, and you're able to turn on that job relatively quickly. The only, if I was going to say negative or con, often with the quotes thing, is it puts pretty much the sole burden and risk. It's all on LPSS. It's on our department. About a majority of our time is spent making sure that we stay on contractors, that we make sure we stay on those quoted vendors, and that we continue to push along and get those jobs done with those quotes.
How many quotes, Doc?
What's that?
How many quotes are required?
One quote is required by state law.
How many does our policy require?
Right now, as it currently states in administrative guidelines, 3 quotes over $50,000 for public works.
Moving forward, do we want to follow the state's guidelines, or do we want to follow ours?
That's something we're going to bring to superintendent and y'all to discuss.
Let's first of all talk through this real quick. So number one, there's, and Bob, chime in, okay? There's state policy, there's state laws, and there are administrative guidelines. What I will tell you is that, and I'm saying this for the public to hear this, there are administrative guidelines in this district that I am not as a superintendent even aware of, but we have administrative guidelines. We are pulling those administrative guidelines together. I want to clarify, administrative guidelines are not board policy, okay? So there is no board policy that says that you get 3 quotes or you do this, but we have to follow state law. We have to follow state law. So what we are doing right now is looking at these administrative guidelines, and some of the things that Bob and then we're going to kind of chime in on during when we're going to go into further discussion is that sometimes we're putting barriers in front of us. That is things that we should, it's more work for us. So we'll get to that, okay?
And I will say this, look, guys, regardless, administrative guidelines, of course, we'll do as directed, but there's going to be cases where we need more than 3 quotes or more than, and that's why you trust us to be responsible with making sure we identify the best price, the best cost to get the most efficient timeline and the highest quality product. I mean, that's part of being a good steward. So, we'll talk through what the administrative guidelines and kind of bring back some options for superintendent for y'all to explore. But we know once it gets closer to $100,000, $150,000 job, you're not going to treat that quote process the same that you do a $15,000 job. So we know that, y'all know that, and we'll continue to bring options for you guys to explore. Any questions on that, or Evan, Bob, is there anything else y'all wanted to add before I go in the public?
I'll add later.
Okay, so moving into public bids where it is state law, right? There is no negotiation, right? So once we get into $250,000 or more with those total construction costs, again, total construction costs, usually these are more complex, they're bigger jobs, they often include an architect and an engineer. Guys, the biggest thing I want to stress, if nothing else, with the public bids process, especially as we compare it to a CMAR procurement process, the cycle of public bid is design, bid, then build. So I'm going to say that again. It's a pretty complex job. Got to bring an architect, engineer, got to design it all the way through. Then you start to bid out everything, and then you find that contractor to work on, right? So design, bid, build. Just hold that in your mind as we start to talk about how that compares to CMAR. Now, pros and cons of when we talk about a public bidding process. The best thing about it, it's super transparent. It's spelled out by state law, and there's step-by-step what we need to include and what we need to do. So it is fully transparent. The other big thing, the positive, is it really does try to get you the most competitive price that's out there, because it is an anonymous bid, a public bid, that they can submit those prices, and basically you open it up and the lowest price is the one that gets the job, and you're able to potentially get your job done priced lower than that original budget. So there's a good opportunity for cost savings there, potential. When you go to the negatives of those public bids, it can lead to a longer timeline, because again, remember, you got to design it all out on the front end, then you got to go through the bids, and then you're finally picking that contractor and bringing them on board and bringing them up to speed on everything. So when you talk about a timeline, it can start to stretch on you before you know it if you're not careful with a public bid. It does put more ownership and risk on the district. And by that I mean, we are pretty much at the forefront of all of that design and bidding portion to make sure that we have the right scale and scope of that project, and hopefully the budget is appropriate to what it should be. And then really the risk, the biggest risk, is we're hoping that that bid that comes in meets the budget, scope, and project that we have envisioned, right? So it puts a lot of risk and ownership on the district when we talk about public bid portion.
And lowest price doesn't always mean best quality sometimes too.
And that's the other thing. You don't, they may meet by qualifications, they may meet the criteria as outlined, but it does not always mean they are best suited for that potential job. You also have the potential chance or more possibility of more change orders coming up. So yes, they come in early and you may get that low price, but then before you know it, that timeline and cost starts to spiral because, oh, what about this? What about that? What about this? So that's the public bid, good, bad, and kind of opportunity that's there with that anything that's over that $250,000 threshold. Now, moving into CMAR. CMAR only kicks in once you hit a $5 million total construction cost budget project scope.
And it used to be, what, 20 million? And then what was it, 5, do you remember?
This is the only one that I know.
I thought there was a higher requirement, they said.
They lowered it, since I've been on the board, they've lowered the CMAR number, but I don't think it did that.
So, and maybe it's wrapped up into this discussion too, y'all. 5 to 15 million, we have to ask for state approval. So I don't know if y'all knew, Mr. Fondo, he had to go to the Capitol, he had to kind of go to the Department of Transportation, and he had to kind of talk to a subcommittee with the legislators and kind of have to plead our case, right, on some of these recent projects.
The only time we've ever had to do that.
Right, right.
We all know what that's the cause of.
But what you do have over $15 million, while we don't have to do a state application for approval, we then, when it gets to that most complex work and that biggest scope of work, it's pretty much just giving them notice that we are doing a CMAR project. So 5 to 15, we're getting approval. Over 15, hey, we're going with the CMAR procurement process, just putting the state on notice that we're exploring that option, and that's all they need when it gets to that thing. Now, I'm gonna stop here because remember, when we talked about public bid, so you can publicly bid a $5 million, $10 million, $20 million public works. You could. But if you explore a CMAR option, instead of design, bid, build, like in public bids, what you're doing in a CMAR is design and build can start to happen concurrently. They can start to happen at the same time. It allows that contractor to come in early in the onset of that design process, because now you're going through an RFQ process and not a bid process. So now you have owner, us, architect, engineer, and contractor all at the table sooner than later, all discussing the project, the scope, and locking in that where it says GMP later, guaranteed maximum price, that budget for that project. Okay, so why that is a benefit when we go to pros, it allows that risk to be shared, and it actually hopefully lowers the risk for everybody. The goal for the when you talk about construction manager at risk, it's in the title, right? It puts more on the contractor to know, hey, this is what you're getting into with this job and this scope. So if it goes beyond that, that's on you. If we decide to change something, that's on us. But at the front end, everybody's locked into that guaranteed maximum price and that scope of that project. So that is the biggest difference when you talk about public bid versus when to explore that CMAR process. Now, with CMAR, because you're bringing in that contractor so early, it allows for a faster turnaround on construction. So when you go back and look at some of those projects on that first slide, that's why we're able to turn around on some things so quickly, because they may only be in 30 or 60% of the drawing, but we're already laying ground, laying foundation, ordering materials, the contractor's moving and going because they know exactly what that means in their public construction world. So fastest delivery method, early contractor involvement, and cost control.
Can I ask one question too?
Yep.
Couldn't it cut down on like the unpredictability of cost of supplies? Because a lot of times in the bid, when they come to bid, the supplies actually increase in cost.
As much as anything can try to predict, yes, in the extent that the architect may design things and put things in there that we, non-contractors, may not know the expense of that.
Yeah.
So when we talk about sharing that risk, they may say, look, you only got $50 million. This equipment or this method or this whatever that they're trying to material, it's going to drive that budget up. So they know kind of where to cut some corners from the construction side to make sure that we get the best product for the best price and the most efficient time.
And another big issue, what it's designed to do is cut down on the constructability issues. You know, architects, they design things, but they don't actually build things. Contractors do. You know, we have a lot of times, especially in design, bid, build. You know, architects have a good idea. You know, a beautiful drawing on paper and all that, it's gonna be awesome, it's gonna be state of the art. And once the contractor really gets down into the weeds of starting to build it, you find out, you know, this isn't really gonna work. You know, this is a great idea, but this is gonna be too complicated, it's gonna be problematic later on. Well, one of the benefits of the Seymour process is you're getting a contractor involved in the design process. So they're sitting there at the table and they're talking to each other, and that contractor can tell the architect, like, okay, I see what you're trying to do here. This is probably going to be problematic. You know, we probably need to steer away from this, or there's maybe another way to do it that's going to actually be, you know, buildable. So that's another one of those advantages where you're having them at the table. They're participating in the design of the project, such that now if they do able to get that job and they're the contractor, you know, they're walking in, they know what they're building, they've been a part of it from not the beginning, but early on in the project. And it's gonna reduce the, you know, theoretically it reduces the opportunities for these unforeseen claims, or, oh, we need a little change order here because the plans didn't address this little issue about how we were supposed to build that. Well, you say, well, no, because you were there at the table, like you knew that. So that's just one of the other benefits of it.
Can I ask a question? Like the new, most of the other school districts do in Seymour, like Prairieville, and they built all those new schools.
Well,
we've heard
a lot of them are. Now, as you see by the numbers, they got to be a pretty big construction project for that to happen. So a lot of districts, especially the smaller districts, they're not building a lot of things that are that big. But a lot of our bigger districts, they are using Seymour,
and we've heard different sides of that too.
Yeah.
So like I talked to a district not too long ago, they did just build a new school. They went through the public bid and they were super happy with the process. They got a real good price. It worked out well. But again, that was a roll of the dice. It was a risk. They're not always gonna come out that way.
We've never heard any of our boards that have done Seymour, we've never had one come back and say, oh, we didn't like that, we don't want to do that again. It's usually like,
Whereas,
like a Seton
we've
Parish,
heard it
they're
the other
building so
way.
many schools, I didn't know.
I think they did, I think they might have done one on their, on Prairieville, if I'm not mistaken.
They're built like four.
You have a question, Mr. Letchler?
All right.
I got a comment to that. If you look, and staff can provide you with the numbers, on the Seymour for Prairie, the Seymours we've done lately, they've given us money back. I don't know if Prairie didn't give us 1.8. Bob Lilly was, they've given us money back. So the less competitive pricing, I'm gonna give you 50-50 on that, just because the contractors we have here that are working with us now know our direction and what we're trying to do. We're trying to make things more competitive, that they're coming in and they're saving us money. We don't have to tell them, do this, or this. They're doing it on their own. And I don't know if the last Truman, Bob Lilly, Prairie, and there was another one.
Truman, Bob Lilly, Prairie.
There was another one.
Lafayette.
Yeah, that was part of the thing. Lafayette, not so much. But you can look, they gave us millions back.
And so we
Oh,
did,
Marshall, yeah.
No, that was before that, I think they gave us money back on that one.
yeah, and so when you look at Seymour, to Mr. Latchley's point, the only real, I guess, drawback, and I put it on there as less competitive pricing, because you just don't have that blind bid process that may bring in that low bid. But what but you're getting quality, again, you're connecting the right contractor to the right job, and you have more control on the front end. So what you may not get in that competitive pricing, go back to the con of public bid, it may make up for on any potential change orders or timeline delays that would have happened in that public bid process. So when it all comes down to you guys and the superintendent and weighing which method to go, it really is a question of how complex and big the job is, right? Because you have to hit certain thresholds. But then also, if cost is the absolute essential and we're really worried about that budget, and we're on the fence, that may be a public bid to explore. But if we feel good with the budget that we have, and it's a complex project, and we know there's certain architects and contractors that we need to connect into this, and we know it needs to be done in a timely manner, that may be more of a Seymour option for us to explore. So we'll come to those as we explore. Yep.
Yeah. Like Kate, about controlling costs and everything, and Lafayette talking about the price of steel went through the roof post-COVID or during COVID, right? So like, what do you do in that situation? That's always going to be a challenge. We have these anomalies. But something about the Seymour process I wanted to ask. Like, one of the issues I feel we need to address is the competition on Seymour. Like, I get for big projects, we want big construction companies to come in. It almost seems feasible because like you want a small construction company taking on that burden and going under because they made a small mistake, right? But for small wing additions and things like that, like multiple wings on multiple wing, can we make the Seymour process more competitive for smaller companies that may not have the financial stature? I don't know if that's a state requirement.
Yeah, I mean, we follow the state Seymour process, and I'll kind of walk through that, and maybe
But is that a
chime in.
requirement for us, or is that just a model for us to follow? That's the question.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you classify your project and then you price it. It has to be a certain dollar amount for even Seymour to be eligible. And if it's not, then above $250,000, but below those thresholds, it is, you're required to do, the traditional bid.
And I'll walk through kind of some of what's in the state law
like
with
the
it.
scoring sheets and everything, because financial stability is important.
No, it is.
But for an $8 million wing addition,
correct,
you don't need the same.
Yeah.
You don't need a high threshold.
That's right. And what some of the other districts do, they kind of recognize that the Seymours are typically they're larger jobs. There's probably a smaller pool of contractors that have the ability to do those, or have the bonding capacity to actually undertake those jobs. Yeah. So they always try to have like a spread. Okay, we got some bigger jobs here. Those will be Seymour projects, but we're also going to have some smaller jobs that we always have out there that are going to go through the regular bid process. And now you have jobs that are open that other contractors in your local markets, can actually go and compete for those smaller jobs as well. So you're kind of keeping, a competitive environment open for everybody in that situation.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna kind of go into each one a little bit more in detail to kind of answer Mr. Roddy's point too. But starting back with the quote, so the quote process, again, smaller projects under 250, it's pretty simple, guys. The project is approved, y'all budget, superintendent, and y'all approve it. We then move on it. We can do an advertisement or solicit for quotes for those smaller projects. Once we get our contractor involved, we then sign contracts, execute them with superintendent, and we're moving. And again, that's all LPSS Facilities Department. We're moving on those things as we go. So quote process is pretty streamed, and like I said, we'll try to talk through some of the controls with that. If you go to the next slide. So what we've started to do, and this is something we've started since July of this year, this is one of the new processes and internal controls that we've kind of put in place. Basically modeling semi after the bid process is we started to do a request for quotes document. And essentially every quote that is out there for vendors or for contractors to consider, we pretty much map out the scope of the work. We tell them what is required as far as documentation, certifications, that they are required to go get the permits for said job. We actually do an on-site kind of visit if they want to see firsthand what the job is going to look like or entail. And so that's something that wasn't in place that is currently in place to make sure that our quote process is uniform. Everybody's quoting the same job. Everybody has the opportunity to talk out what are the, what's the happenings of that job, and to kind of poke questions or poke concerns in that. But essentially, it creates a uniform opportunity that also documents LPSS is informing the contractor of their licensing and permitting requirements. So something we put in place. Another thing that we put in place to verify all quotes that come in, to make sure that whether it's one quote or 10 quotes, we want to make sure that with that request for quote document, it's tied to a specific job, and that now we've required our vendors and contractors to send in emailed quotes to us from a verifiable email business address from their contracting company. So we now have every project aligned with the budget, the request for quotes document. If they visited site, they know exactly what it is, and verifying the emails that come in firsthand from those contractors. And all of that is shared in Google Drive for 1 or 2 people to control, and we have it very streamlined, so it's tightened process to where we know every quote we get is verifiable and good. So again, just so you guys know how we kind of conducted the business in the department. Yes, sir.
So something came up in my district, right, where I had a question. So a quote, you want to do a cover to pickup line, cover to vertical plate, right? Quote came in for $45,000, right? So I didn't know how much it cost. We got a quote $45,000, and I was like, it's close enough. So what happens if we go with the $45,000? We don't need to get 3 quotes because it's under $50,000. What happens if then a change order comes in and bumps it up over 50? What do we do?
Well, and again, that's just an administrative guideline at that point. I mean, when we're on the fence like that and we're even concerned, I mean, it would be, if we keep that in our administrative guidelines, we could get another quote, but essentially that would be.
That was my concern, like, I was like, what would we do in that
Listen,
situation?
but state law says you only need 1 quote with
Yeah.
under $250,000.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be worried about whether or not you
Something like, look, if you have a project and you legitimately start that project, it is under that required threshold, and then something comes up during the course of that project that, we need to do this change order, and it's gonna bring that over the bid threshold. You don't stop your project and put the project out for bid. That's a legitimate change order, and the fact that it now brings that contract over the $250,000 bid threshold, that doesn't mean you're in a bidding situation now. In fact, that's a common issue that you see all the time on roofing jobs. Do we just want to replace shingles? They start getting into it, all the decking is rotten.
You find asbestos.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Asbestos is another classic example where you gotta pause it and you gotta remediate.
Yeah. That one, the 50,000, and on that one's not as much a concern as when we get to that $250,000 threshold.
Yeah.
And what I would say, if ever we're on the fence, like if it's 248, 240, then we're gonna try to probably just consider going out for a bid at that point. And that kind of, safe to mind at that point, to kind of drive that.
One more thing, some board members may realize, some may not, and it's probably time to redo it. We have an approved architect engineer list.
Yes, sir.
You can pick your own architect or engineer to do your project. And we have an approved list. Some people added, some people have deleted. I don't know if it's time to redo it. I would say it's time to present this information, Madam President, in a meeting.
No, I would love to do that. I mean, I keep saying this, I would love to have some way to rate who we have worked with, because there are definitely some that I have been unhappy with, and I'm just looking at my district. So I think across the board, we definitely need a rating system.
So yes and yes. We just updated the architect list, and you're absolutely right. And anytime y'all want to add an architect to that list, we can bring it back to the board and y'all can all approve that list. But if y'all want, I can send it out again. But that was, I think, 2 months ago, we revisited that. And Ms. Hannah, yes ma'am, we heard you. And so we have a architect and engineer review process. And then now the guys actually are doing it today. They're going to start on Fridays reevaluating job and contractor evaluation stuff too. And so we'll try to keep up with some kind of system to know, yes, it's going the way we want it to, or no, we have some concerns.
Well, I'm also curious, I mean, not just, from a board member's rate
staff's rating. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
we
what-
all have gotten
yeah.
complaints, or at least I have from our principals about the way they're treated by some of the mentors.
Yep.
Well, I got one right now, you wanna know his name?
Well, I can say a lot, but it's not fair for
Right.
private companies to treat our public servants and people like trash.
And-
It's not okay.
And as you guys, 100%, because y'all are all very visible and active in communities and districts, if y'all have those concerns, please let me or Mr. Fondo know, and we will 100% address that with the contractor or and/or architect.
And just to clarify for Brooke's sake, you can pick an architect because their fees are set by the state.
It's professional,
It doesn't matter.
professional service,
Fusion or Pruitt or Great Abear or Crozier, like,
professional service.
yeah, they get their rate set by the state, so one can't be more expensive than the other.
Yep.
The other thing what you can do is, okay, let's say, Madam President had a problem with this architect. Okay, you don't necessarily knock them off the list, but you drop them to the bottom, so, and you kind of rate them, because what we did, I think when I built Prairie, it was Poche and Pruitt at the time, they were rated number 1, and I said it on the board floor. I'd be stupid not to take number 1. So I took number 1, but you had some rated at the bottom, and I think we might have had 14 on that list. I wouldn't necessarily say I'd give 14 the opportunity to build Prairie Elementary, but I gave it to number 1, and we can state simply that this list, is the way you're going to be rated. And if we only keep 10 and you get to number 11, you're gone.
Yep. Yep.
And I mean, and I don't think the public realizes it, and certain publications don't realize. We can determine who works for us and who doesn't in that matter, because it's a service.
Yeah.
We're hiring them for a service, and I always pick my architects, and to maybe let facilities know, there have been some projects that I didn't. Some of the smaller ones that we use an architect, before past administrations would call the board members and say, hey, you have this roofing project, you have this, and this. This is what we're thinking of doing. And I'm not gonna lie, some architects got bumped because they didn't listen in the past. And with our past facilities and maintenance department, they didn't care what board members thought either. So of course the architects did, and they thought those clowns on the moon.
Don't bring up the fishbowl.
We,
The fishbowl.
Well, that's the thing,
Yes.
we stopped the fishbowl process, it was because we wanted those substantial completion reviews, like we wanted an exit evaluation, so that we knew whether we ever wanted to put them back in the fishbowl again. And we've been asking for that for a long time, so I'm glad to see that this process is
yeah,
already happening.
and as we get those
And we weren't
evaluations.
consulted on any of our jobs.
You know what they did to CYA?
But
They put the architects they wanted in that bowl and then had us pick it. They'd only put 5 or 6.
yeah,
We had a list. They put 5 or 6, so they got what they wanted. The little cronies got what they wanted, and that's how the cash cow. You know, that cash cow's dead. I'm telling you.
As we get those evaluations and results, we'll talk it out more with you guys, because it is kind of new for us and them, but we 100% want y'all to be a part of that process. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and we'll continue to try to hold ourselves accountable to that work, 100%. Okay, so going back to the public bid process, very similar to the quotes, but you can see, again, project approval, architect and engineer, to Mr. Latchley's point, between the school board and the superintendent, we take y'all's recommendation and we run with it. Once we get it spec'd out, then it goes to advertisement and bid. And that's where the purchasing bid law starts to kick in with that architect and engineer. It's also kind of where we start to hand over a little bit of the load to that architect and engineer to help us kind of with that project management. So you can see here, by law, has to be advertised for 3 weeks. That first advertisement has to happen 25 days before that bid opens. Once the bid is opened and we see who is in fact the lowest bidder, that contractor then has 10 days to provide all necessary documentation, insurance, performance bonds, whatever the case may be, to us to make sure that we have everything we need. We then bring that back to superintendent and y'all to make sure that that contractor is assigned, and we start to execute that contract. From there, we're completing the project and going through payment process. So that's pretty much the bid process by law that we have to follow. Really, again, transparent process, not much wiggle room to it. When you get to CMARC, Construction Manager at Risk process again, pretty much it starts with identifying do we want to explore the CMAR option, right? So once we hit that $5 million threshold, determining, are we talking CMAR or are we talking public bids? Depending on where it goes, then we have to come to you guys to say, yes, we want to explore it as a CMAR process. We assign the architect and engineer the same way through recommendation of board and superintendent. We come back to the board to set that GMP, that final budget, guaranteed maximum price for that CMAR project. And then from there, the contractor is chosen through an RFQ process. So it's not low bid, it's basically qualifications. And again, our rubric and criteria is spelled out exactly like the law in what we should be looking for and how it's evaluated with the job that's being measured. And essentially you see here by law, we have to have a licensed architect, a licensed contractor, one owner representative, and 2 members at large with the committee. Once the committee basically takes in those RFQs, they evaluate, tabulate, they turn into us for us to finally score everything. We then come back to you guys with, per the CMAR process, the board should approve this contractor for this job at this price, locks us all in, right? Shares that risk, and then we are off and running. Again, the cool thing when we talk about design and building at the same time, it's in that bottom blue box. There's milestones that the contractor, architect, and owner have throughout the contract that make sure we are on target. So like we can have 100% drawings by this date, and then the contractor said, I complete this much work and I'm on budget with that drawing, and we are still meeting timeline and guaranteed maximum pricing budget. So again, having those checkpoints at 30%, 60%, 100%, it makes sure architect, contractor, and owner are all still on time and on budget for the project with what we have decided upon, what you guys have decided upon with the budget and the timeline respectively. So again, allows a lot of control on the front end and allows a lot less risk on the back end. So any questions with the CMAR flow process?
You know what you can do, Dr. Lee, board members that want? You could probably take them to LG Alamo, Acadiana, and Judy's, because they're all 3 in different stages in the CMAR, in the same CMAR period. And to show where they're at 30% drawing, 60% drawing, full draw, you can see, I mean, Judy's, the slab, it's about to explode. They're just starting to tear things down in Acadiana and do some things. I don't know what they're doing at Alamo, but that's 3.
They started construction at Alamo too.
3 different phases.
Yep.
And
It's moving along. It's moving along. Okay, so now that we've talked about the procurement methods, I want to just kind of talk through just our department in general for a few minutes and kind of just give you an idea of where we are and kind of where we're headed. So in the planning, facilities, and maintenance department, still dedicated to efficiency, accountability, preservation, and modernization. Guys, we want to be able to provide a quality product in a reasonable amount of time and for a good cost. And I hope that you guys feel like in this last 6 months that we've continued to do the work that needs to be done for our schools and for you guys and the vision you have for expansion in the district. So whether it's capital improvements or maintenance, we're still pushing along to make sure jobs get done. Kudos to superintendent. He makes sure we get what we need done for the schools, and he is hand in hand with us every step of the way. The other piece of this accountability, we know we need to make sure we tighten our internal controls and we do things by the book, and that we make sure that we do things the right way. So kind of like the quote system and some of the things I'll talk to you in a little bit, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to have a streamlined process that is working efficiently, but it's also working appropriately to what law requires, finance requires, meeting construction needs, all of that. And then finally, I'll talk very quickly at the end about preservation. Some of our schools are a little bit older. I don't know if you guys know that. And so they need some love on the inside, some like internal structure things. And so we still need to stay dedicated to that. Moving on, Jacob. So I want to give you all this list because this list, whether we kind of came into it in a happy accident kind of way, we were all over on several projects throughout the year. So, and Anthony's going to give us some funds in the spring budgeted for capital improvement. But we and him have countless conversations. There's a year-end capital improvement budget that'll come later in the fall, right? So when you look at all of these projects, all of these capital improvement projects, they were on the capital improvement list that you guys had kind of told us, the superintendent had directed us, our schools. So we have a running capital improvement list. It's just a matter of when we get funds for it, right? Well, what happened this past fall was we got into the cycle that there was a larger release of those capital improvement funds in, I think, September. We were able to align needs in the district and bring to you guys by October. And you can pretty much see of all of those things in the fall that you all approved on, a year, year and a half, we're gonna have it all knocked out. So having it batch loaded like that in the fall kind of helped propel everything to keep going, and it made us better project managers here at central office. So I guess I'm gonna request that you guys allow us to consider, there's gonna be other capital improvements that happen in the spring, obviously, but just allow us to have this next big batch in the early fall to consider that, because by then we can build a new list with new funds, and then that'll be another year, year and a half that will hopefully have a lot new things for you guys to tout in your districts and in our community. So move on to the next slide.
Let me say, go back one time. Let me just say a little bit about this particular slide. You know, yes, we have these big projects happening at Acadiana, at Judy's, we got the K-8 happening, whichever. But I want you to be aware that the work is not stopping just with those big projects. You can see that, believe it or not, we still got carpet in classrooms and carpet in hallways and wallpaper in hallways that, I don't know why an architect did that way back when, but we have to continue upgrading. So what I'm saying to you is, although we are doing these big projects, we are still meeting the needs of what we are seeing in the schools that need to be addressed. And this is right here, living proof of what is happening. So again, kudos to each of you as board members that you guys are, look, yeah, we got these big projects. We're gonna build that K-8 school, but guess what? There are other things that need to be addressed, and you have provided funding, and we are moving on these things, and we're not gonna stop until, listen, we know it's about customer service. It's about presentation, what people are looking for. And when you walk through those schools, and I'm gonna just say it I need to say it. I walk through a school, and I'm looking at it through the eyes of what I wanna see in my house. And if it's not something I wanna see in my house, we're gonna change it. And because that is what the public is looking at. We need to make sure that we look at it in that sense, or we're not gonna get kids, or the people that come into our schools.
Yep. Okay, Jacob, so this is again just that timeline that led to the results on that slide y'all just saw. So I just wanted y'all to have that just to consider as we head into capital improvement in the fall, that basically we would come back in September, reevaluate all the capital improvements for next year, and then hit the ground running next October to be on that year and a half cycle. All right. And this is another kind of learning by doing. When we were going through the K-8 most recent construction, one of the things that we'd heard from you guys, that we'd heard from our schools, that we'd heard from others was, don't y'all have some kind of standard for construction? Don't y'all have some kind of uniform programming standards for how big a classroom is, how big a hallway is? So with the K-8 school, we pretty much got all departments, Ms. Richard, our chiefs, we had technology there, Ms. Gardner and operations, like we had every department that we could corral come to the table and talk about what those specs should look like for an elementary classroom, for a middle classroom, for a high. And so what we've started to develop is really a good systematic programming guide that we can basically give to architects that says a classroom needs to be around this square footage in 4th or 5th grade. We already have the answer to, does it need a sink or not? How wide are the halls? What kind of lights? Like, so we've tried to fine tune the programming for construction. Now, two benefits of this: it helps us be uniform and consistent across the district, that where this wing and that wing are pretty much alike and that kid is gonna get the same product. The other thing is, it just helped architects not over-design or get outside of the scope of our vision. Because it's very easy for our architects and engineers, if they don't know exactly what our vision is, they may draw it beyond our scale, and then that may be beyond our budget. So we try to really help ourselves and help them, and the feedback from contractors, architects has been great. That thank you, has essentially been the police. So kudos to the departments and Josh and them because he did an amazing job wrangling this
One
also.
more question, do we have like a standard of like, these are the materials you're approving to use?
Not yet,
Okay.
not to that detail,
Yeah.
but we're kind of working through that.
Mr. LeBou and all of you, guys, we are gonna have LPSS specs. When we build a middle school, we build an elementary school, we build a high school, that's the kind of floor we're going with. That's the kind of hall sizes we're going with. We now have learned, and guess what? People are loving it because it's cutting out all the red tape and it's all that. We have seen that, like in maintenance, we're going with polished concrete. Polished concrete is gonna be in the floor. We have problems with all kind of different things. We have carpets in, we gotta get to a point where we're doing that. Lighting and all of the different things. Listen, we got intercom systems. We're gonna have specs for intercom. We're gonna have specs for lighting. We HVAC.
Yeah.
Listen, we have to make sure that we gotta be able to maintain these things. So what we put in there has to be something that we are gonna stay with.
Yeah, it helps save time and money in the long
I
run.
mean, just
too.
even small things, like Roddy and I at Broadmoor noticed that they added this like jutting out bar, just as decoration over the doors, and so now you got dust and everything gathered up there, like the
Yep.
maintenance.
There was an architectural decision made.
Yeah, what's that for? And they said,
And look, sometimes we're, again, because it's on us at the beginning, right? We gotta catch those things. So hopefully being able to tell them, no, this is what we want. Well, what about no, this is what we want, hopefully helps
I mean,
streamline that
When
conversation.
Fusion came, looked to give us an idea of the wing addition, they looked at all the windows in Broadmoor, they're like, why does it slope at the bottom of every window? Why is that brick slope right there? I was like, oh, well, I don't know, someone decades ago decided that would look good.
Somebody,
It's just this weird architectural.
somebody
design.
approved.
I'm gonna tell you, what would happen is, a lot of times we would hire some people in the back and just let them do whatever they wanna do, or what will get them into a newspaper or a magazine?
What would look good for a photo op? Yeah.
We also,
Gillette, Burke, and what's the third one? They all look exactly like
Live
that.
ones,
Same way
Gillette,
they just
Burke,
keep
and,
like, okay,
Yeah,
this is
so
our
that's the idea.
elementary
Yeah, that's the idea.
design. Like, we're gonna keep using this as our
Yeah.
design, and that's what we're.
And we've done enough.
Money if we had done that.
We've done enough jobs now. We know this class works, that hall works, this restroom works. Okay, now put that together and you got a solid wing.
Just make it uniform. like you
Yeah.
said.
Dr. Rowley, what remark did you make the other day, Mr. Duchette? That made a lot of sense. The built-in activity center will now be what?
Specific.
We're gonna have the specs to where when we build an elementary gym,
Yeah.
guess what?
That's the one.
Yep.
Boom.
This is what we're doing.
Copy, yeah,
Let's go.
paste, yeah.
Yep, they gotta redraw it every time.
Yep.
Some schools, it may not fit.
We built one at K-8.
It'll fit at Ridge, because one's gonna come to Ridge. They may not fit at Prairie because of the way they have their walking, but you adjust that. You go to, J. Wallace James or whatever, it's gonna fit.
Yeah.
So it's drawn.
At least we have the
We're
specs,
planning,
we know what we're doing.
Yeah, we've started to, yes, pull it all together.
Not every school
Right,
got
you
it.
build the same building in every town. Now, they're office buildings that y'all have to go to, so
Yeah.
you can convert them up, those schools that don't count.
Correct.
But they expect to save a ton of money.
Okay, so moving on to some of the maintenance pieces, just so you guys know, in the last year, we have updated our work order system to make it more mobile. That's easier for admin, easier for custodians. It also sends a direct notice to everybody when there's an emergency work order. In the past, if you clicked emergency, you just hoped somebody noticed it was clicked emergency. Now, it says emergency, like there's no escaping it. When we talk about some of the subcontract work we do also, of course, we have our grass cutting, but we tap into plumbers, we patch into other electrician vendors also. And we started, Mr. Touchette and Mr. Chapman and them started doing custodial service cleaning at nights for some of our schools that are really short on custodial crews. So everything's always moving somewhere, somehow.
I have a request of you guys, let's start looking at, if we don't have personnel to do this work, let's go out to contractual services.
You know what?
We are the biggest landowner in Lafayette Parish, guess what? We do not cut grass anymore.
Yeah.
And guess what? We are paying a fee and we're making money off of it. Meaning we're not spending that money on all of the other things.
Well, one of the things, like every employee that we hire, they're on the insurance committee, like we have an insurance cost, we have a retirement cost, we have so many costs with every single employee. And our job is to educate and not to just employ everyone in town.
Okay, look, I can tell you, when I got on the board, Lafayette Middle, I got so much complaints about the grass. How many complaints about this year?
Yep.
Zero. I got a single complaint about grass cut this year.
Yeah, they're rolling. Okay, so just again, accountability. Oh, yeah. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
you just touched on the fact that we're the largest landowner in Lafayette. I know we have land outside of these 44 school sites. Do we have a comprehensive list? Were we ever able to get that list of all the school systems? Or all the additional
I
property?
think Desiree has that, working on it right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
fine-tuning
Yeah.
it.
I know it's, like, Ms. Baker had thought there was one compiled by somebody earlier.
At the end of Dr. Robles, I want to talk to y'all about something also that we're going to start doing.
We're going to the tax assessor, Desiree is working through the tax assessor's office to compile a list and all of those things.
Matt Dugal had compiled a list for me my first year, because I was like, where do we own property at? He put together a list, but it wasn't, I don't think it was a very clear.
No, this will be everything. This is what
Map, boundary is the whole thing.
Oh,
And
okay,
then
that's a lot
what's
better.
restricted and what's not restricted, because I just think it's donated with restrictions, right? Okay, turn it off. Thank you.
All right, so this is just, when you look at this, guys, this is nothing more than a snapshot of, so every project is sorted by required documents and information. So essentially, what we've started to do is by project, so you can see one project here has all of these folders, and every folder has all of the information and documents that are aligned, and we basically have a checklist that our ladies on the second floor keep up with to make sure we have all required information as needed to not only approve a project, work on a project, close out a project. So it is all systematic and fleshed out, essentially. Moving on to preservation and modernization. Again, we talked about grass cutting. Also, we do a lot of washing in the schools. Mr. Touchette is, like he said, he compares it to the windows of his house a lot. If they're dirty, he lets us know and then we go clean them. So it's not super scientific. If they're dirty, we go either clean them or we get somebody to help us wash them.
We never washed our schools in Lafayette Parish before. And then the reason why I know that is that we had Southside High School that was 8 years old that never got washed. Like, we wash our houses at least once every year. We gotta wash schools.
Custodial equipment there too. We're trying to just make sure our custodians have the equipment and resources they need. So just like everything else, we try to have a long-term plan to make sure buffers, scrubbers, any materials that our custodians are taken care of. And then one thing that we haven't talked about as much, but we know is an initiative of this board and the superintendent, portable classroom removal and replacement. We are being super aggressive right now in identifying, to Mr. Touchette's point, who has room in the brick and mortar school that may have kids outside in the Butler. Let's move those kids inside where there is room. And if there's a barrier, if we need a cleaner room, paint, update, do something to allow to make it a more student-friendly classroom, then let's do that so we can migrate those kids back inside and then we can get the Butler buildings off. So we're working on right now assessing all sites, all Butler buildings, and trying to get a survey of where our greatest needs are and where we can start moving sooner than later. And then like Mr. Touchette said, carpet and wallpaper, guys. Some of our new schools, Gallette, J. Wallace James, they're 20 or 30 years old. That carpet and wallpaper, it's not holding up anymore. So we're going to make sure that we're super aggressive in getting that stuff out. It's just cleaner and safer for kids that we get those things out. And then this is the last thing that I have here. And I guess it's just a consideration I would like for you guys to take into account from the planning, maintenance, and facilities team.
If y'all can pay attention, this is important. We really need y'all support on this.
So essentially, we know there's going to be funds and we know there's going to be budget decisions and all those things. In that capital improvement or in those maintenance funds, we would like to have at least $5 million stored, budgeted, saved as part of a long-term range plan to help address the things that are outside of, I don't know, new wings and things like that. It's not going to be glossy stuff, y'all. I'm talking roofs, I'm talking plumbing, I'm talking intercom wires, fire alarms, but those are things, HVAC, those are things that we have to plan for, and it's not year by year. We need to plan 1, 2, 3, 5 years down the line so that we're not caught off guard, because while no one sees a new roof, you guys will definitely notice it if classrooms start to get leaks, right? And you start getting calls and it starts to become an issue for teachers and kids. So it's for us to help y'all and our schools just stay ahead from the kind of the guts and foundation of the school's operations that sometimes doesn't always get the attention it deserves, but we know for y'all are long-range thinkers and long-range planners, and we want to help kind of coordinate what that would look like with regards to roofs, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, intercoms, fire alarms, and all of those things. So with all that being said, I do thank you for your time. I know it was a lot. I appreciate your patience with the department, and we just hope that you guys continue to work with us and do the part.
You can give a very good example on the HVAC side. Johnson Controls was in perpetuity. Okay, we've got to get away from that. That's going to cost some money. It's going to save us money in the future. That's what Doc's talking about. And that's what we're starting to work with ADG is the system somehow bought into that crap. And all you can do is use Johnson Controls. And Train did it too. They tried to implement it in 2 of the projects we were doing now. Lucky it was caught by STAR and it was stopped. So this in perpetuity, that's got to go away, but we all know that's going to what? It's going to cost money to get out of that.
So board members, let me if I could just have 2 minutes of your time, because I really want to bring this home and I really want to kind of give you guys some thoughts about this. Number one, first of all, I know that we've had some issues in the past. And I'm saying this to the public, we have. And I will tell you it's not because of we didn't have processes, we had processes. I can tell you that there are things that happen that if somebody wants to do something, I'll give you an example of what I told my team. Mr. Boo, go get me a Coke at the store. But Mr. LeBoo goes and steals the Coke. I didn't tell you to steal the Coke, I told you to go get me a Coke. My point is, I will again say that we are in the business of trying to get this done. I don't want you guys to lose faith in what has happened because this team has learned from that and we have processes. What Dr. Robley just rolled out, there is no school system that has these things. We are checking, we're dotting our I's, we're crossing our T's. Listen, every decision we make, and I'm gonna tote Hammonds and Seals on this. Guys, I'm gonna tell you, Hammonds and Seals, yes, we got a general counsel, but we got other counsels. Let me tell you, we call Evan all the time. Evan, we have this situation. What is your direction? What should we do on this? What should be our next step? Oh, it's on the border. Should we couple this together? Should we not couple this together? Guys, we do not make decisions on whims. We make decisions with our legal that is guiding us on where we need to go. This team, yes, and look, I understand. You can put whoever you want in different positions. If people want to do certain things, they're going to do. But I can tell you I got the right people. And I'm going to tell you, Dr. Robley reports directly to me. And you know why he is over that particular department? It's because I got to assure that the things that you guys are asking are getting done. And he's reporting to me. And I'm going to be on top of it. He's going to be on top of it. Everything that he put out right here, I want you to take it and I want you to look at it later on. Listen, it is a strategic construction plan and maintenance that we're going to get our system where it needs to be. There's a checks and balance, and I need you to, I want you guys to be able to go out in the community and say, there is trust, and we have processes. We have made mistakes. We have learned from those. We have certain things in place, and we're going to move on this. And I'm going to tell you, legal is going to help us make these decisions, not an auditor. I am telling you that. Look, I'm not going to call an auditor and not, oh, this, that. Listen, you guys hire legal. These are your attorneys. And they have to tell us which direction we need to go. Because when it's all said and done, we got to go to court. I'm not going to court by myself. I'm going to court with one of these guys. But what I'm saying is that we are going to do what we have to make sure that we get this system up. And I'm going to tell you, what Dr. Robley just pointed out, guys, you got Josh Fontenot, you got Darren Hughes, you got people, listen, yes, they're educators, but guess what? They got common sense. They got common sense, and they're smart. They can learn. They're learning. They got oversight from Dr. Robley. Listen, we are in a better place in Lafayette Parish as far as the construction, and I want you all to know that, and I want you to trust that what we are doing now is the right thing. And I'm not saying we're doing anything wrong back then. Let me tell you, again, we had processes back then. Go back to the Coke, okay? Again, I have to make sure that you guys have trust in this department, and I want you to know that this work that they have put in, these guys have put in, with the oversight that has been given by Dr. Robin, we're gonna be okay. And we got a plan. We got a plan for maintenance. Listen, we need $5 million. I need $5 million. You know what? We got HVAC systems that are gonna fall apart. We got roofs. We got wiring. We got PA systems. Yeah, we gotta go build more schools. We gotta build more wings. But where is gonna be to where, as they said, the night so glossy things that we have to pay for? So again, I want to thank Josh. I want to thank Darren. I want to thank our attorneys. Listen, these guys are lockstep with us. I am not making these decisions, nor are they making these decisions on a whim. We're doing them according to what the legal is telling us as far as state law is concerned. And I just want to assure y'all, I want y'all to know that our attorneys, along with this team, are doing the right things, and they're going to progress this department to be what it needs to be, which is the best in this particular district. So, Dr. Robley, thank you, Josh, Darren. I want to thank our legal. I mean, you guys have been outstanding as far as being our partners side by side. And listen, no matter when we call, they answer. And sometimes it's late at night. Sometimes they're with their families. But guess what? They're helping us to guide us to not do the wrong thing. We're going to make sure that legal is going to guide us in all these things. So thank you all so much for that. So we need to either...
Can we call a recess?
Yeah, let's call
Lunch
a
recess?
Recess and lunch?
Is the food order here? It is ready.
Yes. All right, let's go 30 minutes. 30
Is that
minutes?
good? Yeah.
Yep,
30
30
minute
minutes to
recess,
lunch,
please.
and then we'll come back, and it's going to be quick, all right?
All right.
Thank y'all.
I'm over here picking scratches on my face.
Take this
I would like for us to skip ahead in our agenda and go into executive session. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion that we go into executive session.
All right, I got a motion by Britt and a second by Mr. Roddy Lasher. It's yes.
The motion should say to go into executive session pursuant to revised statute 42,
Okay.
1117A4 to discuss investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct.
Okay, let me redo that. All right.
Say it like that?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we go into executive session pursuant to
3.7.
LARS.
pursuant to proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, that the board, pursuant to LA.RS.42 17
A4.
A4.
All right, I have a motion by Britt Lashley, a second by Chad DeSarno. All in favor? All opposed? Oh, is there any public comment? I'm sorry. There's no public comment? Any board comment?
No.
All right. Motion, all in favor? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. We're in executive session. Thank you.